In truth, one thing we should be doing with our gems is encrusting our toys with them. Or encrusting, I don't know, something with them. Selling food, because no matter what I do, I always produce so much. Yeah, oh man, food is one of the best things to sell. Sitting on 1,700 food, nice, nice. Yeah, if you're producing like good lavish meals, then like, man, sell like crazy. You make a lot of money selling prepared food. Crusty bags sell for a lot. Moose, good morning. All right. So, no joke. I think I want to just hit this right from the hop. Yeah. So I'm going to start off by making some new uniforms. Replaces clothing. Partial match is okay. No, that was the wrong button. This is clothing. Partial match. Okay, so these guys, to no surprise, are going to use battle axes. They're also going to use shields or bucklers made of metal. We're going to use breastplates. Frosty metal, booming metal, bright metal. What are these? These are new traits to me. These guys are going to be wearing some good stuff. So my axe dwarfs are going to be like my best squad. My mace dwarfs, hammer dwarfs are going to be my guards. And then I'm also going to have like spear and sword dwarfs. I'm basically going to make uniforms for each of the items, weapons. And then we're going to see what we have to do to get them like set up properly. Only 40 dwarves, yeah. Look at that widened hallway. Yeah, we finally opened things up a little bit this morning. Or yesterday. I couldn't take it. We had too many traffic jams. Metal mail shirts. These guys are also going to have tunics. The other thing like you can do here, and there is like a limit on how many things you can stack, but like you can put on like capes and robes and stuff like that as well. I want to say that these guys wear leather tunics because these are my best. This is going to be like the dream team, the axe dwarves. I love that we just keep hearing something go ow in the background. They're going to wear helms. These helms are going to be made out of steel. They're going to wear leather gloves with steel gauntlets. This is kind of the like ideal uniform for me. And I think I got to tweak some stuff in a moment, excuse me. Socks can be made out of anything. Where is leggings? What, they're wearing leather leggings with steel greaves. Leather leggings, steel greaves, leather trousers, socks. So this is Actually, sorry, these should be metal leggings. So this idea is basically they're wearing a leather undercoat, any metal undercoat of leggings and male shirt, and then steel on top of that. I guess my problem is that like outside of steel breastplates, we don't really have a lot of steel going right now. So we got to get things like fancied up properly. Luna, hello, thank you for the raid. Welcome, 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 welcome. Were you also dwarfing the forts this morning? We're going through a military overhaul right now, getting ready to start raiding other civilizations on the world and trying to make sure that our military system is actually correct for once. We've been really like slapdashed together. We've also been on, how is your fort going? Are you having great success or are you winning? Have you lost any forts yet? Welcome on in, welcome on in. For those of you who don't know me from Luna's channel, my name is AgentNumberOne. I'm a strategy and simulation streamer, and I've been playing Dwarf Fortress for 15 years. I've been very excited about this new release, and having a lot of fun with it so far. A lot of, maybe arguably too much fun with it, to be honest. Right now, I'm building uniforms to try and get everybody in some reasonable sense. We're building uniforms. We're reorganizing the entire military. I'm stripping apart all the squads, and then I'm going to be building new barracks, getting everything set up properly, so that we can get proper training and everything going. Just about to end a dwarf dropped dead from dehydration. I had a dwarf drop dead from dehydration yesterday who was not dehydrated and was covered in his own blood. So I don't think dehydration always means dehydration. I think there was a murder. It's a beautiful UI. Love to hang out longer. I need to 10 getting the dinner fixed. I totally understand. Enjoy, enjoy. Played the original DF2 but never got very far. Excellent, excellent. Quack, also hello, good morning. Everybody coming in raiding this morning. So beautiful. So upset I lost my volcano, hold fast, and a scratch disc error. Oof. Oof, no fun. Quack, thank you so much for the raid as well. Come on in. Something took the liquor from that dwarf's body for sure. Sounds like a vampire to me. We have a vampire, so I think somewhere in our base. We haven't figured it out. Severe lack of blood will dehydrate you. Seems completely natural. Quack, come on in. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We're just doing a little military checkpointing this morning. Trying to get some things settled. All right, so we got warhammers. These guys are going to have metal shields and bucklers. So these are the city guard. I think I'm actually going to have these guys in bronze is how this is going to work. I think that's what I want. The tunics can be made of anything. These guys, like, they need less armor because they're mostly about policing the dwarves. Well, like, you know, the axe dwarves are about fighting whatever comes in. You know, they're about getting kills. So let's see, trousers, leggings, and greaves. I still want them in leather, and I still want them... We'll go with bronze greaves, why not? Actually, no, just metal greaves. No. Leather leggings, metal greaves. Yeah, I guess it should be bronze greaves. Realistically. Then they'll have leather gloves and bronze gauntlets. Then they'll have socks and bronze boots. Boot, socks, gauntlet glove, trousers, leggings, greaves, helmet, tunic, mail, breastplate, shield, hammer. I'm actually going to call these hammer guards. Because they're going to have a very unique look to them, I think. And then we're going to need, I guess, like spear dwarves and swords dwarves. So we're probably going to have 4 groups. had gold plated everything. For some reason, I had gold and lava and was the happiest dwarf ever. Well, gold is actually really bad for armor. Like, gold is quite soft. It doesn't protect you very well. The Mighty 84 and more here. Hello, hello, hello. Not gonna make the city watch naked wrestlers? No, no. I mean, most of our guys are already equipped. It's just now we're specializing them a little bit better. Love to stay up because I'm sure I learned a billion things, but I haven't slept yet, so I need to sleep. I understand. Hat back. Sleep well, my dude. Sleep well. Past 6 months have been nuts. Got a loan from Bankside for the feature. Nice. Grats, my dude. Grats. Sword dwarfs. These guys got short swords. They got shields and bucklers made of metal. Hatpack, thank you for the primer, my dude. The Bezos bucks are much appreciated. Anytime you got any questions, don't hesitate to swing on by. Always, always happy to help. Leggings, greaves, we're gonna go gloves, we're gonna go gauntlets, we're gonna go socks, we're gonna go boots. You already have a shield. I feel like, how do I want to do these guys? I'm in a bit of a funny problem because I really want to make sure the steel goes to my axe dwarves, but the thing is like we have legendary sword dwarves and we have legendary spear dwarves, and I do feel like we value them just as much as everybody else. I think the thing is I want steel breastplates on everybody, and then everything else is like, do what you will. We have a lot of bronze. We have an insane amount of iron. God, this dog howling in the background is going to drive me insane. I think I need to move the camera really badly. I think let's just make sure that these guys are wearing metal. Okay, I'll just let it run. Then we're gonna have spear dwarfs. We're gonna rock spears. You're gonna rock shields made of metal. And we're gonna go breastplate, mail shirt, tunic, helm. We're gonna go trousers, leggings, greaves. We're gonna go gloves, we're gonna go gauntlets, we're gonna go socks, we're gonna go high boots. You're gonna do that in metal, you're gonna do this in leather. You're gonna do this in metal, you're gonna do this in leather. In metal, in metal, in leather. This is also gonna give us a really good idea of like who's actually missing what. Okay, now we get to do the really fun part, which is trying to figure out who is what and what armies are wearing what. I feel like you have the perfect voice for late night Fortress. Oh, late night FM DJ. I got a little bit of that. I can always do that. We can always do the more interesting radio voice and keep things fresh in the Dwarf Fortress. But then everybody just gets confused. What's going on? How am I out of fish? Is it perhaps that the fish only swim upriver? We've been forcing our people to only fish in the waterfall, but we've never run out of fish for a very long time. Good night, Prime. No worries. Have a good one. Have any weapon preference? Of course, they have their own uses, but I tend to like spears for more impressive internal organ hits. I mean, I think axes are the classic. Axes and hammers are easily my two favorite. Because the axes just like remove limbs every time they hit. Like, your guys take a swing and their hand chops off, you know? And then the hammers are just like, I don't know, there's something about dwarfs wielding hammers that I think is just so perfect. This is 105 Dwarf FM. Let's take you into the early hours with Diggy Diggy Hole. I've been listening to Diggy Diggy Hole like on repeat lately. Hey, but I'm new to DF. Had a quick question. How do I stop immigrants from coming to my fortress? I keep trying to get a good supply of everything, and then I blink and I have 100 dwarfs and my drink supply is empty. You can't. Basically, you'll get migrants into your fortress as your fortress is doing well. If you don't produce a lot of goods and you don't have a lot of beds, you're less likely to get migrants. You can also change your population cap. In fact, somebody said the other day that you can do this on the fly now. Here you go. You want that? There, that's it. This is it right here. Population cap 200. If you want to limit yourself to say 50 dwarfs and you don't want any more, just set this down to 50 and you won't get any more migrants. And then when you're ready, you can increase it. I guess this is the real answer to the question. Ooh, strict population cap, including births. 220. I didn't know this. There's even like a baby and child cap. Okay, so I need to these guys have their equipment settled, right? This is a big problem I have, is that you can't look at an already existing uniform. So just in case, I better just do this. These are made from leather. Where is leather? Not in here. Weird. Tunics. These guys don't get breastplates. They get leather helms. Leather leggings, regular trousers. They get gloves. They get socks and low boots. Leather armored tunic, leather helmet, leather leggings, leather gloves, leather low boots. Confirm. All right, and now I'm going to disband all of my squads. Our military commander is good at what? Let's make sure we have this figured out correctly. I'm fairly certain. What is the... I gotta figure out what all my military commanders are good at. And like what... The captain of the guard is actually a spear dwarf, which is very confusing for me, but we can go with that. So let's start with him. Captain of the guard. We're going to be spear dwarfs. Migrants are the real fortress killer. Cats are the real fortress killer. Nothing will knock your place down as just having too many cats. have us Eden Morel is a mace dwarf. I actually don't want anybody to be a mace dwarf. So these guys are going to have to learn how to be hammer guards. This is going to become very confusing very, very quickly. The captain of the guards is using a spear, but the guard outfit is on the hammer dwarves. Which means the captain of the guard will not actually be doing guard work. I have to change that. All right, hold on. This is going to screw things up so much. So my legendary spear dwarf is now going to be using a hammer. I guess I could make Mace Dwarf squad. You know what? Why not? Honestly, at this point, let's just do this real quick. Once we're done this, we never have to do it again. And we've waited a long time to actually do this entire campaign, so... Turned off the enemies, and one of the dwarven children started trying to beat up a potash maker, ended up with the potash choking out the kid and suffocating it. Oof. That's a spicy one. It's a real spicy one. You know what, actually? I'm going to have the macemen also rock bronze. Because, they're going to be like the backup guards. So I'm going to call these mace guards. And then last but not least, we actually need one more uniform. God forgive me. Rookie dwarfs. So these guys are going to use individual choice. They're going to wear leather armor and tunics. They're going to wear leather helms. They're going to wear trousers and leggings if they can. They're going to wear gloves made of leather. They're going to wear socks and low boots made of leather. Leather helm, leather glove, leather boots. I guess leather leggings. I feel like I'm dramatically missing something here, but I guess not. Confirm. Okay. Avas, you are mace guards. Arab, I know you're a captain of the guard, but not really anymore. Where is my other military commander? Ava's, Adel Easy. This captain is missing. Alright, well, we might as well grab Ast, who is going to be Expo Dwarfs. So we'll get them sorted out. Strip character existed before, yeah, 200 and 220 were the defaults. I thought it was 250, but it's been a while, so... Can their group be named the club, or maybe that's the barracks name? We could definitely name one of them. Iko, sorry, thank you for the follow, by the way. Welcome to the agency. So this means I need new captains. This guy's a good leader and a spear dwarf. Foltig Muzumburrak. Spear Dwarf. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Oh my god. This is the second crash we've gotten in 2 weeks. And of course, it's right after I do all of the military. Kill me. Kill me. Oh my god. Okay. Well, at least we can do it really fast. We know what we're building. What a kick in the teeth, though. Just found out their kid freaked out because he got possessed and I didn't have the materials to make his thing. This happens. The tantrum spirals and stuff that can happen from broken workshop orders are really bad. God damn it. Oh my god. Oh, I can't believe it. All right, dudes, bear with me. I'm so sorry. I'm gonna save after it's all done this time. Also, you know what? I'm gonna just let it play in the background because we should be fine. All right, we got tunics, we got mail shirts, we got breastplates, we got helms, we got trousers, leggings and greaves, gloves, gauntlets, socks, and high boots. These guys wear leather, metal, steel. These guys are basically in all steel. You know what, actually, let's make this iron just to be clear. Leather, iron, steel. Leather, steel, steel. Confirm. We got hammer guards. These guys are dressed in bronze. Trousers, leggings, greaves. Gloves, gauntlets, socks and high boots. Do they need leather tunics? I guess it would be good if they could. It feels a little unnecessary, but... Can't believe the timing of that crash. That's such a kick. That's such an absolute kick. We'll also do mace guards. Seeing as we know, I actually have like quite a lot of mace troops right now. This would have been a lot better to set up early on. Simply because we would have had less weird specializations. I wouldn't need to make like a group for every type of weapon, basically. But you live and learn. Bronze. Bronze. You guys are good. We need spear dwarfs. So I know we have quite a few of these guys with the spears. We're gonna rock tunics, mails, breastplates, helms, trousers, leggings, greaves. What an ordeal to go through this. Thank you all for your patience. It's not the most exciting part of stream for sure. Like, I guess we could go like, you know what? Maybe I could go iron for these guys. For the spear dwarves and the swords dwarves, maybe we'll go iron instead of bronze specifically. So leather trousers, any metal leggings, and we'll go iron greaves, iron gauntlets, leather gloves, socks, and iron high boots. That'll be a nice variation. The sword dwarfs will also do the exact same. With the iron. I think it's a nice look. This can get so specific as well that you can, once you start having dyes, you can also start like picking like, oh, well, they all wear red capes, for example. Which is a real joy in my opinion, but I'm still going to give them the steel breastplates though, because frankly, I think that's what we need to be focusing on. Leather gloves, iron gauntlets, iron boots. Confirm. We need expo dwarfs. Who are much simpler. They don't wear heavy armor. Sorry, this actually can be any material. Leggings, leather, glove, leather. Low boot, leather. Confirm. And I'm just assuming that they get quivers. And then one more, which is Rookie Dwarf, who's going to have individual choice of weapon, leather armor and a tunic. They're going to have a leather hat, trousers and leather leggings, leather gloves, socks, and leather low boots. Axe, hammer, hammer guard, mace guard, spear sword, axe, crossbow, rookie dwarf. Save and continue playing. Military. Just in case. Some of the DF songs in this game are absolute bangers, dude. I couldn't agree more. I've been obsessed with the soundtrack right now. Just an absolute joy to listen to all of the time. I forgot that like a bunch of our dudes have whips. I guess we could put them in the rookie squad and see if they level up. They might pick a different weapon. Oops, oops. All right, so all of our squads get disbanded. You become a crossbow squad. The captain of the guard has to be a hammer squad. And this other guy is a mace squad. And then we have to figure out who gets appointed into the other positions. Tholtig the farmer is an adequate leader. My question is what is Tholtig good at? He's good at spears. So, Tholtig's Spear Dwarf Squad gonna crash the game at the exact same spot. I wonder what this is. Obviously now I'm very suspicious. Like, is Tholtig a vampire? Is Tholtig the one who's been killing everybody in my base? Time for a new fort? God, I hope not yet. Okay, real question. If I make him a militia captain right away, what happens? No problem. Asked Ullman with the X-bows. Captain of the guard with the hammers. Ava's with the mace dwarfs. So the problem is on assigning my 4th squad, the game is crashing. I'm going to toy with this a little bit. It might be like, oh, if I let things run and then assign some barracks. Right now it's probably trying to reassign too much equipment at once, which might be the problem. If I was a betting man, that's what I would say. Blue Flow, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the agency. Thank you for experiencing our crashes this morning. It's so funny because the game has been actually like extremely stable. This is the first crash I've been able to reproduce. So the quick question here. Militia wait, hold on. Let's go Captain of the Guard, hammers. We're gonna go Ast. Well, actually, hold on. I'll go Ava's with the maces, and then I'll go Ast with the crossbows. And what I want to do is I also want to create a new set of schedules here. We're gonna say... Can I rename these? I can't. Wait, yes, I surely must be able to. Add edit routines. Yeah, okay. So we're gonna have this 2 and 2. 2 and 2. And we're gonna call this switch patrol. I think I'm actually okay with those names. So these guys are switch patrol, which I want them to do basically 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm gonna go 4 train. This is gonna be train 4. Equip always. Sleep in barracks at will. And then on their switch, they're going to do a barracks patrol. A burrow defense. Confirm. Did I get that right? Train at least 4. Yeah. Cool. So now we're going to go paste, 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 paste. So what I'm doing here is I'm making it so they train 1 month and then they patrol the next month. And then I'm going to take the mace guards and I'm going to have them on the other shift. So 1 month, one of my sets of guards is going to be patrolling and the other one's going to be training, and then they're going to just flip back and forth between the two. And then the fondled wheels. Oops. Yeah, see, I have to set this up completely for them as well. So they're going to patrol the burrow with 4. What happened there? They're going to patrol the burrow 4. We're going to patrol 4. Confirm. Done. And then on their off month, they're going to train 4. Sleep barracks at will. Equip always. Sleep barracks at will. And I'm going to go like this. And we're going to go like this. And now they're good. And these guys I'm going to have on 2 and 2, which is going to be basically constant training. Train 4. Actually, sorry, these are archers, so I'm going to have them on train 1. And I'll explain this in one quick second. And then they're going to do... Copy off duty. So I don't know if this is still the case, but it used to be that the way archers worked, and I actually have to update this, is that you need to set each individual archery range as its own thing. So I actually have them set up right now so that they are not like that. And the reason you want train 1 is because this way they will go out individually and train at the archery range, one at a time. So they won't wait for like 4 people to show up to the archery range for one person to start shooting. Now they will go out individually and train there. You do have to set them all to train in these rooms as well. But that is a pretty easy one. Hiplo, also thank you for the follow. Welcome to the agency. Yesterday I embarked on a river waterfall which had saltwater crocodiles in it. It was my very first embark. All 7 dwarves dead in 10 minutes without you even realizing. Oof. Second embark had a 2-year siege because I didn't know what a tower was. Oh, you started near like a necromancy tower. Yeah, the game is brutally unforgiving the way it works. I'm in fact not an expert like Warhammer, and it shows. This prevents them from shooting friendlies. Well, so they'll just shoot at these archery targets for practice, and then in an ideal world they'll also learn how to shoot other people. One thing I want to do is actually build a tower here so that archers can go up it and shoot things that are attacking us. But save and continue playing. Overwrite. I now need to assign people to these squads. And let's figure out what happens. What I'm hoping is that once we assign some people and they sort out all their inventory, then I can create the other squads without the game crashing. I'm assuming it's just like too many people trying to figure out things at once. Oh, in fact, I've not replaced any of these squads right now. So what confuses me is right now, fondled wheels, the geared rhymes, oh, and this is my military commander. Right. Okay. All right. Never mind. This makes sense. Dug into the mountain, bro. I'm on my first fortress. I went straight down. So this was the first fort we've been playing on the Steam release. So I just decided I was going to do a mostly flat fortress and not go crazy. Not go crazy too deep. We have dug. We have a staircase out here that digs past our flood valley into the lower caverns. But it's been pretty calm down there right now. So one question I want to know is how come this guy now, Rovud, who is a legendary axe dwarf, how come I was not creating a squad out of him when we did this? Maybe this is where things were getting glitchy. Yeah, see, the captain of the guard is not even showing here anymore. Or the military commander, I should say. Yeah, see, there's a massive FPS drop as my entire military disbands. They don't know what to do. And Rovud actually isn't showing up like as a commander. He's not in this list. And he's not available here. I think I need to like fire everybody right now. Like, what's the military commander meant to be? Oh, I can't fire you. Oh, no, you got automatically appointed. Interesting. Avos. Skills, combat. He's actually my mace dwarf. New military captain squad. See, now it's working. Appointed by the militia commander. Captain of the guard squad. I need... Oh yeah, see, something here is... Now this guy is the captain of the guards. What? No, wait. Yeah, okay. Can your militia your military commander no longer lead? Oh no. Yeah, see. The game thinks I still have active military squads right now. The Clasps of Swallowing still exists, which is my old military captain squad. Oh no. Boop. Can you end up disturbing a Balrog or something equally terrible? Yeah, you can bust into the circus and unleash a bunch of clowns if you dig too deep. If you find the hidden fun stuff. Yeah, my game is really freaking out this morning. Because of this military change. Oh, hey, cool. We become a duchy. Now Guff wants even more. More? Also wants more splints. I have no idea if we made them or not, but she's the boss, applesauce, so we better make them just in case. Time to add another bug to the list? I think so. I think so. Back, dinner's in the oven. How do the archery ranges outside work? So you have to individually make them. This one's actually a little bit big. And then you assign them, have them point in the right direction, and then assign them a squad. And your archers will train in them one by one. Okay. Okay. Captain of the Guard, Arab. This has got me so weirded out because I'm just like, I don't trust it at all. Yeah, see, Rovid is still showing up as a militia captain here too. Maybe just because I disbanded him. I think I just need to wait a hot second. Let it run. Let everybody figure out what their job is for a minute. You can tell, like, my FPS is tanking since I did this. We haven't been this choppy the whole game. Like, I can't go back to that save. Maybe I do have to make a new fort today. I'm definitely getting some FPS death that we did not have yesterday. Any news on Hasbullah? No, we did find somebody drained, dehydrated. So we do think that there is a vampire in the base. But we have no idea where. Downside to starting with a heavy aquifer, you have to bust through it if you want to dig down. Thought we wanted like one big room with multiple targets. No, I was reading up about this last night. Unless they changed it in the Steam release, you have to do individual archery ranges. Again, this might have been changed in the new release. It's very, very hard to tell at this point in time. All right, look, I'm gonna... This squad reformed. That's interesting. The military commander, like, formed his own squad. Yeah, Ava's is definitely the best leader here. Captain of the Guard, military commander. Okay, look, this looks like it worked now. I'm gonna try it. Captain of the Guard is a hammer guard. I mean, he's not. He's actually a legendary spear dwarf, but we've decided to make him a hammerguard. Ava's is a mace dwarf. So the militia commander is a mace guard. Now, this starts getting fun. Militia captain squad, vacant position. Okay, so I'm going to appoint a captain is how we're going to do this. Tholtig we know is good with a spear. Rovid we know is good with an axe. So, you and you can take positions. And then we know Adel Easy is good with a crossbow. Now, I'm going to say this right now. If this crashes, we're going to start a new fort. Rovid, Axe Dwarf. Adel Easy, Crossbow Dwarf. Good sign. That's a good sign. Tholtig, Spear Dwarf. No. No. I've been bugged. My military's bugged out. Oh, what a kick in the teeth. What an absolute kick in the teeth. Are your archers actually picking up ammo? They are, yeah. We had a lot of ammo in that fort. Weird bug with a dwarf in my squad that had no weapon available became a legendary marks dwarf. Oh, wow. Something is making the game think real hard. Yeah, something is glitching out on that. We have a lot going on in that fort right now, so. Invite link seems to be, if you type !Discord, you might get a fresh link. If not, let me know, and I will update it. Can I lock them all in a tavern or something, and whoever is thirsty is the vampire? I guess they would eventually. The vampire's been very slow at getting people, so. Tried individual archery ranges. Yeah, so I was rereading a few things last night and getting prepped to rebuild this military, which I'm a little upset about. And that seems to be the case. Obviously, like, there's a part of me now that's also like, what if I'm gonna try one more thing. Which is, what if I don't disband this military? I just move all the people around in the existing squads. Can you get FPS lag in this game? Yeah, if the game hiccups really badly, it can be bad. If you have too many creatures on the map at once, it can be very bad. Like if you bust into the circus, you typically tank your FPS just because of how many clowns are down there. How did I stack so many mussel shells? This was actually, I had a fishery here. And then when the fishery, I moved it. And when the fishery moved, it apparently was just completely filled with mussel shells. I'm trying to get rid of them. Yeah, see, the FPS is fine here now. So I'm gonna remove everybody. I guess the dingus wielding a bow. What a dingus. So these guys are going to become the axe squad. What? Okay, so yeah, no, there's definitely a glitch here because in unassigning that one squad, it literally unassigned every single position in every single one of my squads. Captain of the Guard, you are a legendary spear dwarf, but we're actually switching you over to Hammer Guard. You are a mace dwarf. You're becoming the Mace Guard. And the Geared Rhymes, you guys are becoming Expo Dwarfs. Which apparently you were already assigned. As if that's not confusing enough. And then I do want Thultig to be a Spear Dwarf squad. See, now it seems to be working. And I'm pretty certain I have someone who is a legendary sword dwarf. But if you were to get me to figure out who that was, I would extremely struggle at doing so. So, you're a competent axe dwarf. And you think you could, like, arrange this by skill? Accomplished axe dwarf. In theory, anyone who is a carpenter should be in here. Or a woodcutter. Is that it? Is that all of our axe dwarves? Novice axe dwarf. Oh, no, I saw another one there. Novice axe dwarf. Talented axe dwarf. Okay, so we have a couple open spots here. And these guys are on, you know what, I'm just going to put them on staggered. Can we do 2 and 2s? Switch patrol? Why has my game got so screwed up here? Like, this is not a switch patrol, this is a switch train. Alright, it doesn't matter. It's working. As weird as it is working. Hammer dwarf. Hammer dwarf. We should actually be careful here because all of these hammer dwarves could be archers. In fact, yeah, I really should assign my archer squad first. Hingis. Crossbow dwarves, if they hit things with their crossbows, it counts as hammer experience. And bow dwarves, if they hit things with their bows, it counts as sword experience. And if you think that's weird, I agree with you. Also, if they hit things with a blowgun, it counts as sword experience. That one kind of makes a bit more sense to me. Efficient mercs dwarves. I can actually see there's a bunch of people who still have crossbows equipped. That's it, you're full. Okay, well. Here we go then. Go back to looking for hammer dwarves. Right, so like my undead crossbowmen did not get assigned into that shooter squad, which means I probably need a secondary Marks Dwarf squad. Actually, I have quite a lot of good hammer dwarves. All right. This is the mace squad. Arranging by skill would be nice, yeah. Sorry, is there a setting or something to prevent fired bolts from being marked as locked? Yes, there is. It's in the settings. It's called... This setting is in this. It's not under stocks. Sieges and forbidding. Labor, standing order, sieges and forbidding. Forbid used ammunition. But I'm going to teach you a little trick, which is even better. Go to your stocks page. Go to your ammunition. Collapse everything. And then go like this. And now all the ammunition will be unlocked on your map. So all your guys will go out in between sieges and grab all the ammunition instead of firing all their bolts and then being like, oh, I'm out of ammo. I better run down there and grab that bolt in the middle of the battlefield and use it to fight. That's my pro tip. Splits. We do have to do these splits. Okay, let's keep gearing up this crowd. So these are the mace dwarfs. Let's not put the Duchess in here, even though she is good with a mace. I have a legendary mace dwarf. Oh, that's pretty nice. You're a novice. Basically, anybody who's good with a weapon is getting drafted into the military right now. Master Mace Dwarf. We actually have a lot of Mace Dwarfs. Competent Mace Dwarf. I wonder if I can make that zombie a military commander. Professional Mace Dwarf. Anybody else? Okay, not a bad squad. Legendary Spear Dwarf. This guy's a legendary Spear Dwarf. And he's in the Marksman squad? Okay, we're gonna take you. We're gonna steal you. The Duchess is also a proficient Spear Dwarf. She's also really good at Mace Dwarfing. Why is she so good at melee combat? You don't get to be Duchess for nothing, I guess. Novice Spear Dwarf. Oh, that was our jeweler, LeBron James. Don't know that I want him in the military, but heck, why not? That's all we have? We actually probably haven't had that many spears for them to train with. Okay. I want you basically all on switch patrol. All kind of glitched out right now. So this is a 2 and 2 is what this actually is. So what is... You guys are on 2 and 2. What does your 2 and 2 look like? Train off duty, train off duty. Jeezy peasy. So I'm going to copy this order. And I'm going to set everybody's 2 and 2. It's going to be a little confusing, but... And all store your stuff there. The geared rhymes have the archery ranges. Okay. Okay. I can see crossbows as hammers, large, heavy, hammer-shaped object. Creators probably had a conversation about how they would wield these as melee weapons to figure out what kind of skill it is. Yes. Give one of those hammer dwarves a wooden stake, and that vampire is going to be found in a week. Reading in the bug reports that there's something weird causing crashiness and removed to removing squads and creating new ones. There we go. Okay. Thank you, Shadu. Looking at 2 separate bug reports for the same thing, both created within the last day. All right, so we're not alone in this then. Have I solved the murder mystery? No. It does seem to be getting worse, though. For what it's worth, it seems to be getting worse. We don't have a sword dwarf squad. And I kind of need another... Oh, interesting that... Oh, yeah, no, she can be. You know what? I'm going to let my zombie dwarf, my one single zombie dwarf, also lead a squad of crossbow dwarves. Because I think we're missing quite a few people who would qualify here. Maybe not a ton. But a decent handful. More than you would think. This is almost an entire secondary squad. Oh, my game hates me right now. All right, that seems good. We are definitely getting a few bug outs in cranky game, though. I want to set it up so half of the groups are also training on like different periods, but very important question. If there is a vampire, how do you find out who it is? Is it listed in their bio, or do you have to stake your guesses until people stop disappearing? So there are a few hints to finding vampires. There is a possibility that someone will just catch them in the act, and we go to the justice tab and we can like look into an assault or something like that. The obvious thing for finding a vampire is you find a corpse that is drained of blood. We've been finding corpses that are dehydrated, and I think that's just they're being misdiagnosed. Because I think it depends on like who finds the body and stuff like that. Then there are a few ways of finding out who your vampire is. If you find a dwarf who is 400 years old, he is probably a vampire. For example, if you find a dwarf who Oh, that's not a good sign. I'm just going to take you and you off of here. That alone is gonna start crashing my game probably. If you find a dwarf who you go to the skills and they are skilled in everything, even just like a little bit, it probably means they've been around long enough that like there's a good chance there's a vampire. If you go to their relationship tab and they know, like, especially under groups, if they know like everybody in the world, they're probably a vampire. Because that can only really happen if they've been around for an extremely long time. Typically, vampires will be really good combat stats as like their primary things. And then, because, you know, every time they try to kill someone, they've got to fight them a little bit. Because I hate to say it, but I think we might have FPS killed our fortress with this military bug out. Giant thrips. Okay. So yeah, there's a few ways. There's a few ways to find out if you got one. How do you prevent your dwarves from running outside when you're being sieged? You set up burrows. So we have a burrow here called safe. And when this goes on, we just unpause this burrow and everybody is forced inside. And the game hated me for doing that. Oh, I think we're dead today, dudes. I think we might have actually gotten... So there's a bunch of different ways to lose Dwarf Fortress. There's like dwarf versus dwarf, dwarf versus player. We're in a situation where we're dwarf versus computer. Most commonly done by FPS kill or through bugs. Obviously, whatever we're doing with the military right now has just... Oh, yeah. I'm down to 7 frames. Whatever this bug is killed it. Well, we get to start a new fortress then. That's exciting. How was my fort doing? It's death by FPS. You can see how buggy it's going. So we discovered a glitch this morning with the military. The first thing we tried doing this morning was like we were going to refix the military. And unfortunately, it seems to have caused us to unload into this bug problem where it's crashing forts. Fishers want to fish outside the safety of my base, at least in the moment. You can also just set the fishing zones to be in safe places. Like, I want to know, is this guy still changing positions here? I have my entire fort on one elevation. Mostly. We have a couple things on lower elevations and higher elevations. But for this, because this is the first fort we did on the Steam release. So I wanted to just like sprawl things out to make it easy to see everything at once, especially for new players. But like we do have some like bedrooms and storage on different layers as well. Oh yeah, my game is exploding right now. New fort, hooray! I secretly hope my current fort fails so I get to start a new one. It's part of the fun, right? So, do I have a dwarf stuck in a tree? I don't think so. We might though. All right, you've gone now to just waiting for combat training. They have fixed, but yeah, this is just died this morning. So this is good to know. You can't change your military right now very much. Otherwise, it will kill your fort. Also, for some reason, we're out of fish. Which is a different question altogether. Bedrooms are much smaller than mine. My bedrooms are huge. Most people just make 4x4 bedrooms. That's all you really technically need. But we decided to do like weird things. Like we wanted to make this base look like a bunch of caves and like follow ore veins for roads and stuff like that. This guy in a strange mood, stuck somewhere because it'll drain FPS quick. I don't think so. Oh, good. Well, let's end on a bang, shall we? A vile force of darkness has arrived. How do you think these guys will all do with their new equipments? We also get to listen to the siege songs, which are sick. There's not very many. A lot of bowmen? Goblin bowmen, goblin crossbowmen. Here come our boys. Gutted. 2 down. There goes the 3rd. This squad is not even waiting for the rest of the army to show up. Is that it? Did they kill everybody? Yeah. Dude, our army is actually so good, which is the funny part. They just killed every single one of those goblins in like 6 seconds flat. Bigger rooms, more value equals more happy. This is true. This is true. 3x3 bed, chest, cabinet. You can build like dining rooms. Like if you wanted to, you can give all of your individual, like you could build entire full living quarters in each of these places. You could build full houses and have like full dining rooms for your dwarves. Keep seeing dwarves dead of dehydration where there's hundreds of drink in stock. One thing I will note is that if your dwarves are wounded, so if they're in the medical bay, they'll only drink water. They won't drink booze. So you do need to keep some in stock. Usually happier with a 5x5. Make your bedroom smaller from now on. I mean, you can do 3x3 and then just have it like a door, a chest, a bed, a cabinet. It's real prison cell. Yeah, look at our FPS is down to 5, 4. Just toast. The siege music is really good, yeah. Vampire victims say completely drained of blood. I think it depends on who finds them. Like if they know that they're drained of blood, then they'll say that. But if they don't know anything about like medical stuff, they might just be like, oh, he died of dehydration. Like we found a guy dead of dehydration who was also covered in his own blood. So it was like, well, that's really suspicious. Nice fort, very organic, thank you. We had a lot of fun with this one. The farm is on a lower Z level, yeah, because we had to do a bucket brigade to make the mud. And you need buckets to bring water to wounded people, correct. Venti, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the agency. Cardiac arrest by means of blood on the outside of the body. All right, look, I'm gonna let this run. I'm gonna go refill my coffee just because the music is like super great right now. I'll be right back. When I come back, we'll start a new fort because this one's FPS dead. And my computer is like, no, don't do this to me. I'll be right back. Moria died to Balrog, Erebor died to Dragon, Uzastis died to FPS. Shockingly, we're back up to 10, but Ooh, what is this? Oh, Hammerdorf went into a martial trance. I was out fighting gobos. Or thrips. Okay. So here's the fun thing. When you do have a fortress-side FPS, it doesn't mean that fortress is over. Because you can retire it. And then it still exists in the world, and you can go somewhere else and start a new fortress. You can also abandon it to ruin, but I'm just going to retire. The fortress has settled into the rhythm of day-to-day living beyond your meticulous concern. This feels like the right thing to do. Can you one more time tell us what was the bug with the military that dropped FPS so much? Yeah, so somebody was saying this morning they were looking at other bug reports in relation to what we were having. So when we disbanded all of our military squads and reformed them, it was basically trying to mass reassign and unassign equipment, and that was causing a full crash to desktop. And then it seems to have some sort of hiccup where if you remove all your squads and all your military commanders, then like some military commanders stay and some don't, and then like the positioning of the military commanders was weird. We completely disbanded all of our squads, and then one squad was just like, no, we're reforming. And like my schedules, they saved a rename but then didn't save like what they actually had the training schedules and stuff set to. There was a bunch of stuff that kind of wigged out in that situation. So the answer to this, and I avoided this early on, was just like design your militaries correctly from the beginning if you can. Easier said than done, but it's good if you can do it. Yeah. Your dwarfs will be among the new migrants. That's possible. Yeah. People could leave that fort. All the books and stuff that we wrote now will exist if we decide to start a game in an existing world, which I think is the right thing to do. All that history, all those artifacts, those legends and stuff will still exist. And in theory, they will have a big enough army that they might even go and attack other goblins and stuff. And none of them will be vampires. I'll tell you one thing, we're being way more careful at keeping an eye on vampires now. And migrants in general. Give me 1 second here. Sounds oddly foreboding. Do you have a theme in mind for the new fort? Yes, kind of. So there's a type of fortress I want to build. I basically want to dig, we're going to dig deep on this one. And what I would like to do is basically build a cavern. So a multi-Z story cavern that we build a town in. So all of the individual like houses. So what I'd like to do with this one is kind of have like shops with houses on top of them and have them completely defined out from the rock structure around, so that we can have things like a catwalk that goes around to patrol dwarves on, to like look out for crime and stuff like that. What's very cool is we also start now at the year 109 in Moonstone, which might be a disaster, but we'll have to see. Nerd, hello. Perfect timing. We are just starting a brand new fort. Welcome on in. Couldn't be a better time to join. We're literally going from the embark right now. We just had we found a bug involving the military that caused FPS death of my fortress. So unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on how you look at it, we get to start up brand new, fresh again. Come on in, guys. Come on in. What were you playing this morning? Anything fun? High on Life. Oh, how is it? I'm quite interested in that game. I don't think it's something right for me on the channel, but it seems like a weird, goofy kind of game that could be worth playing. So our last fortress right here, Growlstakes, which made it to a duchy in the end. Yeah, it went Barony County Duchy, which is pretty good, honestly. If we went up one more, we would have became a mountain home. You can see they're at war with the goblins. Usatis Growlstakes. So that was our last place. Untamed wilds, moderate vegetation, not a lot of trees, warm temperature. On the point of couples, I have two questions. One of which is, where is the volcano on the map? Here. Oh, but it is surrounded by goblins. You can set how many volcanoes you want, and almost always the goblins get a hold of them. I mean, there is actually a civilization up here. The Teeth of Healing. Doesn't look like there's a lot of elves, but we got humans, we got gobos, we got dwarves. Glad seeing you've been doing so well on DF. It's been a real joy, man. It's been, I've been loving playing it. Look at this mirthful surroundings. That sounds so nice. That's a human town? Now, I'm trying to remember. It used to be the case that Mirthful had, like, unicorns in the forests. And unicorns were super dangerous. Super, super violently dangerous. Light aquifers, brooks, platinum lead, flux stone, humans and goblins, but no elves up here. I mean, that's not the worst. We'd basically be a dwarven home on the edge of human lands in a mirthful, unicorn-filled land. That could be fun. What is... There's the Copper Crypt. The Stable Pages are the guys up here. The Bridge of Gripping. So this was the civilization we just came from. This is what Growlstakes was part of. I mean, like, we could literally just spawn again in this mountain range. And then there's the Elder Gravel. Different than the Elden Ring. Population 2,600, 36, 1,200. This is the smaller group. I gotta be interested. I am thinking about this. This little mirthful place is quite funny. Freezing temperatures up here. Perfect chance to show us that aquifer cave-in. I mean, yeah, with a light aquifer, there's a few other ways around it as well. You don't have to do the cave-in. It certainly makes some things tricky. We'd be right next to goblins, too, here. Already beat Dwarf Fortress, though. Isn't there some really wild Dwarf Fortress mods? Oh, probably. Yeah. Somebody was telling me about a mod called Cobalt Camp, where you start as a bunch of kobolds, and you have to build everything out of, like, mud. And the kobolds grow up really fast and have, like, huge litters of kids, but they're really bad at everything. So, like, you get attacked by, like, a grizzly bear, and it takes like 40 kobolds to take it down. And that sounded really funny and adorable. Favorite find when looking at other civilizations was export terror, import vengeance. Yeah, I mean, we could always start in like a haunted territory just full of, you know, surrounding terrifying. So this means that like there'll be like gas and clouds and rain that bring undead back to life. Recently, I had a dwarf that got possessed. I found out he wanted to craft an item. Claimed one of the workshops. He mumbled rock, stone, cloth, thread. He didn't want to take any cloth. Had spider silk, some pigtail cloth. He needs a cloth of animal origins, like a wool. Yeah, he can. He can, yeah. So there's yeah, animal cloth, plant cloth, and silk. and it's not always clear which one he wants. And you may need a lot of it. So like, oh, I always run into the fact that people are like, I need bones. And I'm like, you have bones. And what they really want is more bones. He went insane from not getting his cloth. Now is running around naked. What should I do about it? He's gonna die is what you can do about it. You could just kill him, but if a dwarf goes insane from a possessed mood or whatever, he'll eventually just dehydrate and die because he won't drink, he won't do anything other than run around babbling naked. So the best thing you can do is like prepare a coffin and dig a hole. Dig a diggy hole. I think I'm gonna start here. I think this is a really interesting location. And I can't remember what Mirthful does. Oh my god, there's goblin pits right there. Humans. It seems like such a bad idea. Wilderness. I don't love the aquifer everywhere. Clay. Deep soil. Sand. Can I get clay and sand in one spot? Probably not. What do I want more? Glass or clay? Clay is kind of fun. Glass is really just windows and gems. Iron, gold, silver, copper, zinc, platinum, lead, flux, stone layer. I mean, it's the same metals everywhere we go here. This is going to be such a bad idea. Problem I keep running into is my children becoming haggard from extended stress. I don't know what they're in need of. Huge variety of toys. Everyone has individual rooms. Haggard from extended stress on children. Weird. I don't even make toys. And I stick most people in a big dormitory. Kids in your fortress are also really unhappy. Some of them got haunted by their own mother and remember that. If they're hauling dead bodies and refuse from the chore list, it can mess them up. Yeah, that could be it. Yeah, setting their chores to different things helps. In my fortress, I never let my children outside because that's where the kidnappers were. Very deep soil. Yeah, all right. So I'm not gonna lie, this could be an absolute disaster. I can't remember how bad mirthful areas are. It's been a while. And I can't remember if unicorns are still as insanely dangerous as they used to be. But the truth is that we're going to dig real deep. Oh god, also we're starting in early winter. Workedmonks is the name of our fortress. Dusi Mevud, Workedmonks. This is a great name for a fortress. Okay, so obviously I'm going to build a sick library as the center of this place. A library with like a temple. Wow, what a cool location. Also, where is the river that's meant to be here? I love this. Oh, dudes, this is absolutely where we're building the entrance to our base. It's like already dug deep. Super, super, super cool. Taco Bronson, Unctuous, thank you for the follows. Welcome to the agency. How do you get people to stick to dormitories? Might end up sleeping on the ground and getting grumpy. I think you just have to build it as a dormitory, set it as its own. Absolute disasters make for great content. I want to see how far this goes. I mean, okay, so let's start off with a real question, which is like goose, gander, and eagles. All right. No unicorns. I have to take this natural pillar. We're going to carve this into something really cool. All right, hold on. So I do have to plan out one little thing here, which is in order to get trade caravans to come down, things need to be 3 wide. Which means those 2 will be dug out, which means we'll need to dig out that. You know what? Let's do it like this, maybe. 1, 2, 3. Actually, that's a bit tricky. What if I did something like that instead? We ignored that passage. And then come out here. Let's actually switch it a little bit more. So that's those 3. So we go like that. This is cool. I really like this natural formation we got going here. We're gonna go 1, 2, 3. Then we'll take these 2 out. So the trade caravans that come in, they start with just like donkeys, but eventually they bring in full wagons. And in order to deal with that, you do need to have these massive 3-way paths. Now, do I need to be digging them out immediately like this? No. I could wait a little bit, but you know what? What's the fun of waiting? We'll do it like that. We can go like this. Like that. That'll be 1, 2, and 3 right here. Which means 1, 2, 3 is good. And then this is the end of it anyway, which is perfect. So let's just do like this. And then we go deep. In fact, at this point, what I think I will do is actually just single channels until we get as deep as we want. Because I don't know where we're going to hit an aquifer here. We might not hit one. But we might also very much hit one. That is not that deep right now, so... We'll start with that. And because we do have some pretty big rooms, I think we could actually move storage in here already. Just some kind of like general stockpiles. This is not a perfect system by any stretch of the imagination, but It'll work for now. I don't want people to be having to run all the way up to that, all the way up and down to that cart constantly. Okay. Giddy up. Giddy up. Like a rounded chapel on top of a mountain, and it's surprised an entire fortress under it. The music, the starting music, yeah, it's really nice. Music now, the atmospheric noises is quite literally the best I've ever heard. I miss some of the old Simon Stewart Sound Sense songs, but these are better. They are, well, there's even like, there's a couple of songs that are like in tribute to the old song that sound like the old main track. But I love it. I think everything sounds so good. Sand. Weird. Alerts. Oh my God. Well, we're starting off with some fun today. There is an Etten child. Correct me if I'm wrong, but did Guff's office in Growlstakes have a statue of this exact character? I am pretty certain this is the statue in Guff's office. Because we had an Etten statue, and I remember him being called the Scholarly, and his name beginning with a U. Only a child, you came into his home. Dude got buckled. How bad is this? The Etten child grabs him by the back teeth. And in the right hand, he's unable to break the grip. Punches him in the upper body with the right hand, bruising apart the muscle, jamming the left floating libs through the river. Etten child grabs him by the left glove, punches him in the head with his left hand, and it just explodes. What is a Gorlak? So I thought that this ended, which is why I was digging. It turns out I just don't know what's down here. This might actually take us all the way to the caves. It absolutely does. Look at this. Because these are the paths I dug. This is supremely lols. Okay. I mean, there's only one way to do this, right? You know, we either find out what's down in this cave or we die trying. You know what? Let's start here. Let's see who we can get down here. A bunch of dwarves who have never gone into combat before, going straight down into the depths. This went south real fast. Lucy, I'm home. Well, we got a couple of axes and swords and stuff. Here we go, boys. Everybody down. He got chucked across the cavern. All right. Well, this Etten turned out to be a bit worse than we thought. But we killed it. Good job, everybody. Now keep going deeper. This child has 2 heads. Speed ran things going south. Yeah. This is a layer. Yeah, apparently. This would explain why nobody lived here. What are my dwarves doing? Are they all just like bleeding out somewhere? Swarms of flies. Oh, here we go. We're going deeper underground. There's too much panic in this town. Is that this looks like no, it keeps going. All right, let's go down here. I will take this as deep as it goes, and if we can live down here, we will. Make no mistake. I mean, I don't know if there's any possibility that we can live after losing this many dwarves, but that's half the fun, isn't it? It goes straight to the caves. Hey, look, a scepter. Uh-oh. More Gorlax. It said I explored a cavern. But where? Gonna have to get down here and fight all the Gorlax, I guess. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Hell yeah. I mean, this is a good farming land. Lots of water. This is a great spot to set up a farm. I mean, sure, we got some Gorlax to deal with, but... Oh, Jesus Christ. Another Etten? This one is not a child? Yeah, I think we're finding some real early fun here. Nice music underground, though, hey? Spider. Cave spider. Cave spooter. Well. Is this it? This is everybody? Uh-oh. What was that? A cave toad. A giant cave toad. Disband. Who do we have left? We have our expedition leader, who is good at mining. We have a metal crafter and gem cutter. Our carpenter and our woodcutter is still alive. That's good. And our planter is still alive. And that's the tunnel. I think we can do this. I think it's going to be a real struggle bus, but we're going to do something totally different than what we originally anticipated for this fortress, given our unique start. We need to move all of the stockpiles like here. And then I might as well set a camera to here. And then all of this stuff I'm probably going to have to cancel. Let's just go like this. And find these and cancel them and cancel them. So my goal right now is to immediately get some rocks down here and start plugging all of these holes so that nothing else can find its way in. If we can manage to do that, there is a chance. Let me tell you, that is a pretty big if. Build a trade depot in the cavern. Yeah, so here's the thing is like, we don't need to have a surface path if we're in the cavern. Because dwarves will trade via cavern routes. But I do need access to some of this rock. Okay, we're gonna say construction. We're gonna say walls. I'm gonna say keep building after placement. I'm gonna put one there. I'm gonna put one there. Gross. All right, we're gonna need like 2 here. Uh-oh. Somebody else is dead. Let's try to stay as far away from that Etten as possible. If possible. I gotta wait for them to dig more stuff up. That's my planter. Okay. Not good. Hopefully this Etten has enough to eat, you know? What happened, New Fort? Our last one died an FPS death. Due to a little bit of glitch out with the military, unfortunately. Guys, you need... What's going on with the digging? Good. Good. This guy shouldn't necessarily spot me. So if this guy can come down and do the digging that he needs to do... Oh man, this is such a nightmarish hellscape right now. All of these pathways. Oh, we can just build one block up here, actually, and we'll block this whole area off. In fact, I don't even think we need to. This area is safe. Nothing else comes up there. It's really just this Etten. Because he will absolutely butcher us if we can't be smart about this. Okay. We build those, and we're good. We won't be burying any of our people anytime soon. But we can find ways around that. And he immediately ran into an Etten cave, yeah. What's so funny is, like, in Grell Stakes, our last fort, we breached the caverns and there was nothing down there. Like, not a single monster. This place, full of monsters. Cavern traders learn something every season. Yeah, so this part of the map, this is the edge of the map here. Anything can come in from here. So cavern trade caravans can come in from here. Forgotten beasts can come in from here. All the more reason to block it off. So. This should be acceptable as a water source. And a fishing source. Let's get this closed, though. Oh, every time he moves, I get scared. Oh, God. Also, we need to block that off. And that off. You know what? Actually, let's go like that instead, maybe. But he's got so many ways in. There's magma here. How is that possible? This is obsidian. This could be the greatest fort known to mankind. Or it could be an absolute disaster. Both of which are good options, though. Boy, I don't know what I'm doing. I guess we're just digging like this. I suppose we can keep with a little natural cave dynamics. I'm going to disband the squad because at this point, if we get attacked, we're dead. Som Thabulkal. His child was that other character. I'm so, I actually want to go back to that fort now and see if that statue was of this Eden. If so, that is an incredible forebodingness. Humans and elves don't have cave caravans? I don't think so. But if we dig a 3-wide tunnel to the surface, absolutely we can let them in. What we could also just do is like barricade all access to the surface. And cut ourselves off from humans and elves. And actually, if I am recalling correctly, I don't even think elves are nearby on this map. Sorry, we need a meeting area. And then I suppose this wagon needs to be destroyed. Dig, clean self, and attend meeting. Diggy diggy hole. Oh, I guess we'll take this scepter. Are you constructing building? Nice. Okay. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay, no, he's fighting cave crocodiles. God, somebody build these walls, please. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. Okay, okay, okay. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Oh no, the cat. Uh-oh, uh-oh. Uh-oh. Dum 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 dum. It's unconscious. It's injured. You're definitely dead. It's up again. It's running for its life. We need to resume the construction of this wall, please. How bad is it? Yeah, like she's probably dead. If I make this, say, a hospital, what if I make this a hospital? Recover wounded. Excellent. Attend meeting. Because I think everyone is extremely upset. I mean, this doesn't look great. I'm going to tell you that right now. This is not looking super, super hot. Three dwarves is a rough start against a cave full of ettins. Soon to possibly be two dwarves. Bury him in the attic. Giant bat comes in. Oh my god, that's all I need. What is the word for humanity but dwarf? Dwarf. Oh, the dwarf-manity? Technically, make me a Duergar. There are actually dark dwarves. There are dark dwarves, dark elves. But it basically just means, like, they're on the side of the goblins. It's such a lovely beginner's friendly start. The world has passed into the second age of legends. Interesting. I don't suppose anybody would be interested in diagnosing them. Military commander, are you also now my chief medical dwarf? And my only doctor? That Ettin is still down there. Scaring me to death. Alright. We do one more. Hey, she's up. She's not dead, that means. Okay. We have to block off this passageway now because also cave crocodiles could come up here. But then we'll be done. I didn't notice that. That can be plugged. I think that'll block that slope. What a goddamn mess. Drink, construct building. Are these trees? These are tower caps. This is a fungi wood trunk. I mean, in theory, we could cut that down. And we could gather any of this. I like that there's just like random bracelets and artifacts around the place. It's very confusing. Thorgrim Grudgebearer? Sounds like a name for our chief medical officer. So once everything is removed from upstairs, we shouldn't have to go up and down those steps anymore. Are you going to build that instead of that? Because you can't build that now, can you? Oh, you can. You build on an angle. Oh. Interesting. obviously like worried that they can go up this slope into this upward slope, but they shouldn't be able to. I mean, I guess we'll find out if her cat does it. Cannot pick up equipment, cannot find path. Probably that equipment. Oh. No. What I've done is I've blocked off. Well, no, because they can move through this as well. They should be able to move through that. What a mess, man. Holy moly. Dig, eat, fell tree. The life of a dwarf. Well, we've managed to carve out a couple little rooms, at least. We I have no idea what we're going to do with them. We only have 3 people alive. We have no workshops going. So we'll start getting on that next, I guess. Let's put the carpentry workshop right here. Set a little wood stockpile next to it. Not a huge one, but it's a start. At least we can have some beds. We are... I mean, what do our people do, right? A miner, a metal crafter, and a gem setter. So useless. And a carpenter. Okay, so the carpentry building is for sure actually useful. We might as well make 3 beds and a door. And I guess if this is the case, also a chest and a cabinet. I probably shouldn't be making all of this out of wood, but at this point it's okay. So we're gonna make like a little dormitory slash eating hall here. It's gonna be the best bet we got. That's a grudging, big time. Fox, hello. Welcome to our cave from hell. I don't know how else to describe this. Welcome. We have currently put ourselves in a real heck of a position as we have dug into a cave. 4 of our dwarves have died. And we're trying to figure out how to save it. Trying to figure out whether or not we can save it. They make a door. Yeah, you did. Okay. Furniture, bed, fungi wood. At least we got some nice fungi wood. Now, unfortunately, these tower caps are in the water. So they are a little difficult to get to. But this guy, not so bad. I think we could do this one without killing ourselves. That tower cap is a bit of a different story. I guess if we felled it on the angle, we'd be fine. This fortress is very easy to show around. 3 doors left, or is it 2.5 at this point? Yeah, I mean, we don't even know what happened to that other. Who was that? That was Sodal, the metal crafter? She's got sensory nerve damage, but it looks like she did okay. She survived the cave crocodile attack. Came out on top. Sleep, drink, and drink. Yeah, so we really need people to bring down all the booze. And also build these beds. This is overlapping. Ooh, I mean, this is, I think I'm actually going to cancel this meeting area because I'm going to build a dining hall right here. Which I guess means that the meeting area, generic meeting area, could probably just be like right here. It seems like all of our animals are also hanging out in the in the doctor's office. You know what? Just to get them out of the way. I'm going to do this and hope that they don't dive into the water. Donkey, buffalo, guineas, horses, donkeys. The stray cats and dogs can go wherever they want. So what's wrong with everybody? Annoyed after having a drink without a goblet cup. Shaken, reliving suffering a major injury. Annoyed after sleeping in the grass. Annoyed having to drink without a cup. Okay, well, I'm going to take note of that, and we're going to make a couple of cups. I guess out of wood, seeing as I don't think we have any other choice. Why, how am I missing this here? Goblet, isn't it? Craft workshop. There we go. Rock mug. Rock mug. Rock mug. Cancels job, needs logs. Look at that figured out. Oh, they just canceled it all though. That's a bit rough. BFB. Everybody gets a bed. Bedroom gets a door. We also managed to get the chest and the cabinet, which is kind of nice. So at least our dormitory has the very basics. No table, no chairs. But man, I'll take it. So I'm going to wrap up 2077 today. I have the last mission available, but the side missions just keep opening up like the Russian nesting dolls. Dude, I couldn't beat 2077 because I was obsessed with beating all the side missions. I got to the final mission where it was like, if you go through here, if you go through this door, there's no turning back. And then I was like, oh, okay, time to go beat every side quest in the game. And I never got around to fixing it. We never got any further. Pacing is weird. I feel that when you played. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I got way too obsessed with those side quests. That's what hit me really bad. Is this guy just standing around doing nothing because he thinks he's the doctor? This does not need to be a hospital anymore. Nobody has hospital-like jobs to do. Drink, sleep, and drink. Yeah, see, all of this needs to be brought down below. Urgently. Oh, I'm an idiot. This stockpile was set to nothing, which is why nothing was being moved. Yep, that'll do it. No, ghosts. It's too early for ghosts. I'm not ready. One, two, three, four, five. I mean, I guess I could make coffins. We can decide where we want to bury those who have passed. I can't wait to figure out what kind of magma situation we have here. I am so excited about this. If we have active magma on the map at this level, the possibilities are damn near limitless. 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's do it like this. Yeah. A very basic tomb. Nothing too fancy for those who passed. World generation can have its weird quirks. I've seen mentions of even candy spires reaching the surface. Ooh. I mean, we found this like natural pathway and we were like, yeah, absolutely. A human axeman is visiting. Come on down. Come into our hellscape where the ghosts haunt us. So that's 1, 2, 3. It's a Gorlak. And then nobody else died until we get to this planter. Obak. Cave crocodile, that's a Gorlak, that's a Gorlak. Dude, this Etten is just like murdering everything that comes into the map. It's really funny. I suppose we don't have anybody on most of these jobs, eh? Oh yeah, like you're on only selected, only selected. Everybody can plant. Everybody could fish. Apparently not. I mean, this metal crafter is not doing anything else. I might as well teach him how to fish. At least then we'll have some food coming in. We should have enough food to last us a little while, but... Alright, so we got mugs. Conduct a meeting, fish, store item, and stockpile. I guess the downside of having this guy fish is that what I really need him to do is haul all this stuff right now. You know what? Yeah, let's take you off that. Okay, I need somebody just to move all this stuff in. Petitions. Inu wants to resign in Workedmonks for the purpose of eradicating monsters. We now have a human in our fort. We're now up to 4 people. Oh, he's gonna need a bed. Can he do anything interesting? No, he will only slay monsters. You know what, man? We need at least somebody to do it, so why not him? Can we make him a commander? No. I like this. We got a human showing up and been like, wow, these dwarves got the turn kicked out of them. I better hang around. There might be an Etten here for me to fight. Dig into the wall and find out what's the worst that could happen. You raise a good point. I don't want to do this wall, but if we actually, like, if I dug this, it would just flow out here. I need to build a floodgate first, because the thing is that water physics will mean it will just keep flowing and flowing and flowing and flowing. Patient not resting. There's nothing to catch in the southeastern cavern. There's no fish in this entire body of water. A little alarming. I love that I saw a cave spider here earlier as well. Like, we haven't even explored most of this. The truth is like I could let that human out and let him just explore, but drink store. And this guy's job is only to slay monsters, and he won't do anything else. Fantastico. Yeah, we need to get this stuff down here, like, super pronto. And we need to chop those trees. I feel like everybody is just spending all of their time drinking because all of the booze is so far away. And I think that's actually accurate because they're bringing the mugs up to the surface to get booze. Sleep, store, and stockpile. Hauling the mug back. Okay. Well, after a night of sleeping, we can see how they do. And whether or not they can figure it out. Are those roundish light brown shapes cave fungus? Yes. They are tower caps, which are, yeah, exactly that, cave fungus. There's also fungi wood, which is a different kind of cave fungus. But they're right proper dwarven bases. I think I keep getting so many migrants because of my bustling mug and gem cut gem crafting. Ooh, yeah, cut gems are worth an insane amount of money. Gems are like a really good way to skyrocket your value. As much as I enjoy being the bad influence, I'm glad the rational part won out. Don't worry. It won't. We'll make it soon. Can I still use tame cats as autonomous exploration rovers? I think so. Yeah, the cats kind of go out on their own and they do a little exploration. Right now, I've completely sealed off the cave though because we're surrounded by cave crocodiles and an Etten, a 350-year-old Etten, whom we murdered the child of on the way down here. You know, all things with in due time. Make rock slab, okay. And you're going to sleep? No, you're attending a meeting. Yeah, all right. So everybody's upset because they're being haunted by ghosts. Fair. I can't really blame you. This person's literally just waiting for the expedition leader to wake up to be like, hey, I have questions. I also just realized something a little bit funny because utilize hospital. This guy's actually set to being a doctor right now. Yeah, well, I have to jump around a few hoops. A few hoops. If I want to unassign him from doctor work. There we go. Now he's a woodworker. Perfect. He's also making rock slabs, but that's fine. Store item in stockpile, store item in stockpile. That's good, that's good. This guy's drinking. I mean, if this is going to be my food hall at the moment, why don't we store food, custom, prepared meals, and drink. Get that stuff down there like ASAP. This music is so sad and beautiful. Yeah, we haven't really spent a lot of times in the cave music, so I'm curious to see what it all sounds like. I also need you to make a table and a couple of thrones. It is now summer. So we started in early winter, which means we should get a caravan show up. I'm actually curious. We started in early winter, so I don't know if a caravan will show up in fall like it normally does, or if it'll wait until like, if it'll show up in the summertime. I like the dripping water sounds. Yeah, the ambience is really good in this game. Honestly, the whole soundtrack they did is fantastic. I wish you could trigger it so that the music was more frequent. Just because I want to hear it more. Alright, these guys are making the coffins. What's nice is the human axeman is actually hauling mugs back down and stuff as well. So even though this is a nightmare to get everything down into the cavern, bit by bit, they are lugging it. Oh god, I need a trade depot. Ooh. Where am I gonna put this? I guess right here it's gonna have to be for now. Made out of 3 pieces of chalk, because apparently that's all the rock I have available. I don't even know where that chalk is. Probably up by the surface. When we did the really early digging. There's gypsum, coal, a couple of weapons laying about. Yeah, that's exactly where it is. The chalk is all the way up here. Yeah, no, this should have been a giveaway when I found like bauxite bracelets and stuff on the surface. I should have known nothing would good would come of this spire. That the outpost of worked monks would be in trouble. Drink and eat. All I need is for them to bring like a barrel of drink down here and most of my problems are solved. Ichosari, thank you for the prime sub, dude. Much appreciated. Welcome, welcome. Brand new sub. Little love in the chat. Little love in the chat from that. Cave crocs are amazing pets if they're not changed. High value, which means tons of eggs. Ooh, I didn't even think about taming the cave crocs. Does training in the barracks only increase weapon skill? No, it also increases like dodging, observation, wrestling, fighting. If they have a weapon in their hand, they will get training points with that. How do you send off monsters hunters into the cavern without inviting monsters into the fort? Yeah, you have to open the way. They just have to have a path. And that's the thing is like, if they fail, they'll try to run back to the fort and the monsters might follow them. So many times in tabletop, the comment was, okay, this is a horrific fight. Let's get out of here before the mother of whatever that was shows up. Your dwarves lived through it? Yeah. We killed the Etten child and then killed, I think, a Gorlock as well. And then we got down here and here's the mother. Not a fun character. Skilled fighter, competent wrestler. Here's the thing, is like if I can get a squad trained up, they'll make short work of this. The only son. There's his corpse. You know what I should do? I should carve a suit of armor from the bones of that Etten child. We should carve an axe out of that Etten child's bones and use it to chop down its mother. Teach them who this cave really belongs to. We're here to colonize your cave. Oh, guys, just breathe. Bring down the booze. Sleep, drink, attend meeting. Make a coffin. Oh, you've made a coffin. Who is the ghost? Kib Nomalust. But I need somebody to dig out this cave. Earth. I need him to do this so I can build the tomb. Take a path from the surface, not your fort, into the cave for monster hunters. Yeah, that's what we did on Grell Stakes. We literally had like it was just like out in the wild was a pit that led all the way down. First time using a Prime sub, by the way. Nice. Well, you can come back every month and reuse it again if you want. You got to manually redo them every month, which is a little annoying, but it's fun. You can use them in all sorts of spots. Block your fort from the surface. Yes. Yes. We got migrants. We have a clothier who is also a proficient carpenter and a skilled woodcutter. We have a peasant who is good at absolutely nothing. We have a metalsmith, talented weaponsmith, and a proficient furnace operator. We have a horse, of course. A novice weapon armor and blacksmith. And we're back up to 8 dwarves. Okay. New arrival, new arrival, new arrival, new arrival. We might actually be able to survive. We got a lot of work to do. I don't have a kitchen set up. Which reminds me. No cooking plump helmets. No cooking seeds. No cooking drink. Cave lobster and horse sweetbread we can cook. There's no fish to catch, they said. Oh, what are these? Ticks. I just saw a bunch of worms crawling around in the mud. Louse. There's the tick. That's cool. I've never seen little bugs before. I wonder if this is just because I have all these animals down here. You know, there is like natural things like these quarry bushes, young fungi wood. Oh, these are trees. Tower caps. Dead cave wheat. Plump helmets. That's edible. Or at least drinkable. Hopefully somebody will cut down those trees now as well and we can get some work done. But literally just these dwarves, I can now actually move things down into these stockpiles and we can get going. Does the second number represent ticks? Yes, I think so. Yeah. I think it's frames and ticks. Is the FPS counter on? Nope. If you go into settings, game, scroll down, it's right here. I actually normally keep it off. We had it on just because we were examining our last fort died in FPS death from a bug. So. Knifey Twitch, thank you for the follow, by the way. Welcome to the agency. When migrants outnumber the native population, I'd call that a takeover. Some animals have a tag that makes them dig up the ground. Turkeys, for example. Oh, cute. Singular louse, multiple lice. Then bugs appear. Yeah, you can see there's like worms and stuff down there as well. There's all sorts of stuff. Slugs, louse. You're right, it must be the turkeys. Oh, I'm sure that's probably good for us, so. All right, here comes my miner. To dig out the coffin slabs. That's all I technically needed him to do, so I can turn him back on all duties. Okay. It's like I can breathe again suddenly. What's really funny is everybody coming into the fortress, like, just has to pass by this ghost. Who's just like, hello. I'm hiding in the walls. You're gonna come by and I'm gonna be like, felt a fondness, remember talking with a friend. He did become a dabbling axe dwarf by the time he died. He was my mason, which is a bit of a shame to have lost him. I mean, it's a shame to have lost literally every single one of my dwarves, so. Hmm. Yes, I suppose that does make sense, doesn't it? There's no food underground in a cave for animals to eat. Therefore, I should probably let them graze on the surface instead. Well, actually, the turkeys and the guineas and the peacocks seem to be eating bugs. Oh! There is a river! It was just frozen over in the wintertime. Not that we need it. But we could make a sick waterfall. Our home above the Etten nest. Like, part of me wants to just, like, dig out this and just, like, put a bunch of crossbow bolts behind it. Use the Ettens for target practice. All right. There's a few things we're going to need to start doing now. One is building a farm. The other is getting a kitchen going. That's good for here. We'll do another one here. And another one here. Just for now, I can keep a couple different things growing at the same time. I think this will probably turn into a kitchen. I suppose maybe this is where we build all of our housing. Right? Like, why not? We gotta put it somewhere. Certainly, at least until we know whether or not this is an active volcano in the middle of our fort. We can start getting homes for some people. Needs non-economic hard rock. Okay. Well, if our digger ever decides to keep digging. Drink, eat, construct building, store, eat, attend meeting, drink, store. Barrels, I'm gonna put that up to like 3 max wheelbarrows right now. I don't know if we even have that many, but what is this? A fluffy wambler? Dense bubble bulbs? So this is the, we're on the edge of fancy land, mythical land. And you can literally see the effect it has on the landscape where instead of grass, there's fluffy wamblers and bubble bulbs. No trees though, which is kind of weird. Muskmelons. Colony of honeybees. Grapevines. There's lots of good stuff up on the surface. Our donkey has been starved to death. Trying to make his way to the surface. And sadly, all of these guys are just going to rot. Because I don't have a kitchen facility set up yet either. So we're going to work on that.
Hot and spicy casserole by the yard.
Hot and spicy casseroles. We are going to memorialize not the I'm actually just gonna bury that one dwarf who is a ghost right now. This guy, because I think we have access to his corpse. Can't believe I'm doing another cave-based fortress. I mean, I can't believe it, but also I can very much believe it. This was an accident. I had this whole plan for a cool underground city that I was going to build, and then we just found a natural path down to the caves. And I guess that's also kind of the joy of Dwarf Fortress, right? You never know what you're going to get. In this situation, we found ourselves in a natural location that was unique and weird and different. What are my turkeys doing here? Shouldn't they be in this pen? You should. Fulton through Ichio Sari. Ichio, thank you for the gift sub, my dude. What happened to the last one? We died in FPS test. So there's a glitch right now that if you try to delete all of your military squads and rebuild them from the ground up, it totally mucks your base because too many people are trying to like unequip and re-equip things. So I literally couldn't fix my military without crashing the game or causing like a bunch of weird glitches. So we went from like an average tick rate of 30 down to an average tick rate of 5, which was just absolutely unplayable. So tried to flow water directly off my map by directing it to a carved fortification on the map edge, but it didn't seem to work. Any idea if they patched that out or maybe some error? I heard you talking about this mechanic yesterday. Yeah, that should work. Things flow slower through fortifications, if I recall. You might have to use a grate instead, like a wall grate instead of a fortification. But a fortification should work unless that's been changed. It'll drain slowly. That's the thing, is it's not like an immediate dump of water.
Sounds like the 500 colonist rimworld experience.
Yeah, that's a messy one for sure. 500 colonists is a lot. Cobalt and yellow zircon. Where did we strike that? We're not even digging anywhere. We're not still digging up here somewhere, are they? So many layers. No, they're not. I'm sussy. All right, I think I just need to be patient. Sleep, 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 drink, store, store, store. They're doing everything I want them to do. Finally. Okay, Dwarven Rum is down here. You're gonna take from this stockpile. The hope here is that once booze is down, they won't have to go to the surface to drink. Food, same deal. And that should speed things up significantly. Every time I try to play RimWorld, I just get owned, even on baby mode. It takes some weird getting used to in the same sort of way. I mean, like, I don't know if this fortress is going to survive. We're in a really risky place right now, but it's a very fun location as well. I love doing cavern forts. The fact that we have a human monster hunter with us as well is also like quite fun, because it does mean like once I do decide to breach down these walls and like start coming down here, he'll go out and he'll just start fighting cave crocodiles and cave spiders and anything he can get his mitts on, basically. Autumn has come. Can the Dwarven trade caravan come? Who is my miner and what is he doing? Conducting meetings. Everyone's so sad. You know what everyone would be less sad about? Is if you just stopped conducting meetings and started digging out bedrooms and kitchens and giving us access to rocks so that we could build things again. That would really please everybody quite a lot, I think. Like, I literally can't even build them an office to have meetings in because we don't have the rocks to do it. Also, somebody is meant to be cutting wood. And they don't ever seem to want to do that. I'm going to tell him to go on wood cutting only. And hopefully he doesn't take a rock to the head. Can I get a favor from chat? Can you guys look up magma safe stones for me and let me know, like, is schist or microcline magma safe? Mica is another thing we have access to here. And diorite. I need to find something that's magma safe to build a floodgate out of so that I can breach this potential volcano. Because if we can build magma forges, oh baby, forget about it. Jobs stone. Stone use. Oh, you're right. Calcite, cassiterite, dolomite, galena, kaolinite, hematite. Kaolinite is magma safe? This is just clay. Magnetite, obsidian, of course. Platinum, adamantine, spherite. Okay. Did I say we had dolomite? No, we have diorite. But there are also other things around. Sphalerite, ore of zinc. This metal right here, I can build a floodgate out of. I am, of course, going to need a workshop for that. But we can build that in due time. Okay, desperate things we really, really need is a kitchen. We're going to need a brewery as well. Oh my god, yes. Yes, the trade caravan is here. We have a chance to live. And I guess I'll put the fishery in here too. Because I'm assuming that fish is probably going to be something that we end up getting a lot of. But the merchants need a trade depot. Can we build one, please? Out of anything that we have nearby? Slate, perhaps? Fingers crossed, fingers crossed. A volcano in the first camera. I don't know. It's just that we have warm stone over here. So I don't know if this is just like a little ball of magma. Or if there's some sort of magma chute. But I gotta figure out, right? Whoa, look at this outpost liaison. What is he wearing? A copper mask. Cool. Okay. Looks like they're building that trade depot. Item blocking site. Move it. It is a single piece of chalk. Just throw it in this depot. in this stockpile. I don't care where it goes, just move it. Somebody please. Ghostly recruit has been put to rest. There we go. We do have another coffin we can build as well. And another tomb. You move that piece of chalk and then you build a trade depot. Yes, yes. And then those merchants show up. If it's not too late. No, here they are. Yes. I don't know what I have to trade, what I could possibly trade. Bauxite bracelets. Yeah. A ripped up sock. I ended up with a bunch more mugs. I don't know how we made this many mugs. But I'll sell off a few of those. This broken glove, we'll sell that. These broken trousers, we'll sell these. I'll bring all the uncut gems. This scepter that we found in the caves. And I'd like to keep all my weapons, because God knows we're going to need them. Now, I guess my next question is, like, will my expedition leader meet with this guy if he doesn't own an office? I think he should. And why can't we reach this? Because these
You know what
trees
wouldn't
are in the
surprise
way.
me whatsoever? If the game modeled the moisture being evaporated in the magma, causing it to release superheated steam via bubbling and spitting.
That would also not surprise me in even the slightest. Oh, you know what? We actually don't have a way to these. I need to dig a ramp right here. I am the liaison from the mountain homes. Let us discuss your situation. You had a bad time finding this place. What do we need? I'm going to go with seeds. And drink, maybe. And meat, maybe. Fish. Let's go with fish. I know I probably don't need all these things, but like, it's good to give them some stuff. They want leg wear. Okay, yeah, they can get up here because they are starting to dig this stuff out. And we do now have an active kitchen. Not that it can cook a lot, but we'll get it started. Dreaming of a Dolomite Christmas. Limestone, marble, really chalk. Have I played Kenshi? Yes, dude, I love Kenshi. We streamed Kenshi about, oh man, maybe like a year and a half ago, where we did a real like drug smuggling empire. It was quite a lot of fun. We played it for a couple of weeks. Magma Caladrium needs to be added ASAP. A magma caldarium. What is a caldarium? You using these big fancy words. I don't know what these means. Me's is a simple man. I'm going to tell him to auto dig out these couple of ore veins. So I don't really need to do that right away, but I might as well. We don't have a broker. I'm just going to ask anyone to come here. Actually, do I have someone who fits the broker job? This guy's a skilled negotiator. This guy's actually quite good at a lot of things. And he had no job. I don't know what he was doing. Logs. Yes. Goose. Beer. Ale. Lots of good stuff here. I definitely can't afford most of it, though. We should still have our anvil. If I can get some of this meat, it would be good. Like, what do I really have to trade here? Let's trade this. Let's trade this. Let's trade that and that. This guy's losing money right now, so... Here we go. Oh, he's got lots of fish. Ooh, yeah, no. Let's screw the meat. Let's just buy fish. Fish and lobsters. Buy all your fish and lobsters, actually, because we're definitely going to need it. I think we have some plump helmets, so we should be fine there. All right, that's the deal. Good deal. Good deal. We're getting settled. Did I meet the skin bandits? Yes, I know the skin bandits. They're mean. Like a sauna. Oh, a hot room at the Roman baths. Oh, that sounds lovely. Caldarium was a room with a hot plunge bath used in Roman bath complexes. Could also have dwarven hot tubs. I love the concept. I'm a big fan. Okay. We've managed to get through our first year. We've gotten a migrant wave that's brought our numbers back up to normal. We've gotten our first trade. We're established. We're safe from the Etten. I'm going to take a quick pause and go refill my coffee. This seems like an opportune moment. I have a minute to breathe. Give me a hot second. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Let's kick it. Crack into some magma. Get this place moving. We got our 8 dwarves. Our farm plots look like they're built now as well. So I'm going to do a plump helmet farm. I'm going to do a dimple cup farm. And I'm going to do... Well, I guess let's do quarry bushes, cave wheat, and pigtails. And then we'll leave it fallow in the winter. Now, with the addition of this, also, I'm gonna need a brewery. I also need a table. In fact, I probably need 2 tables and 2 thrones. People don't have anywhere to sit right now, which is a bit of a problem. Let's come together. Stuff like hydrogen chloride, hydrogen fluoride, sulfur dioxide. I think there's just like magma gas and that's it. I don't think it's too picky. What is our diggy diggy boy doing? Planting seeds. Okay, everybody is now planting seeds because we're like, it's farming time. We are fishing. I don't know how good it's gonna go, but it's a pile of Gorlak blood there. Just steadily being moved. There's not a ton of stuff left. We can make a few more beds. Migrants have arrived. We've got a miner. We've got a farmer. Excellent. A metal crafter who's also a bone doctor and a carpenter. And a siege engineer. A kitty cat. A diagnostician and a bone doctor who's also good at planting. A high master woodcutter who's also good at chopping dogs. Hey, that's not a bad crowd. Yeah, okay, this frequently seems to not have any fish in it, which I'm a little bit concerned about. What are you doing? Patrolling? You're just patrolling. Plump helmets, dimple cup, pigtails. Okay, so we don't have a lot of most of the seeds. It will take us some time to get a lot of them. But I'm hoping with that new dude, I can now have 2 miners. We can have 2 woodcutters. Like, I could have 3 woodcutters. You can hunt. Yeah, I don't care. You guys can plant. Everybody can plant right now. This peasant could probably fish, seeing as he's not good at anything else. Also, there's no fish, so it doesn't really matter. I'd like for somebody to build the fishery. We did like process a bunch of fish there, so there's a kind of a 2-part thing I want to do. One is food, custom unprepared fish, and then the other half of this is like accept food, custom fish. The hopes that as we fish things, they'll get put here, then they'll get fish put through the fishery, and then added in that. And then eventually we could put like a wall, a door right here, and then this could be like for, you know, if we end up with like turtle shells, we can make a bunch of turtle shells stuff. More beds. Gormac, how are you, dude? We are in a desperate need for furniture and beds, and we did get a couple of logs out of that trade caravan, which is good. For our rinky-dink dormitory. Petitions. The denomination of Spines has many worshippers in the Worked Monks and now requires a temple and priest. Boy, do we ever have more important things to be doing. We are called Worked Monks, so I mean, what are we if we don't have a temple? So right now we're looking at like farming. The entrance to the city is kind of going to be through here. So we're going to have like a little administrative quarter. Probably the trade depot is going to end up moving here. This is going to be all like farming, cooking, fishing. This is all the food. Housing is going to exist up this way. I mean, we could just like dig up here and build a big temple. We could also secure some of these lower levels. I mean, I would like to eventually secure some more stuff here, but I'm scared about things like the giant olms and the ettins. Overcome by terror. Like, we're not prepped to breach the rest of the caves yet. A snowstorm has come. Cute. Jawaween, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the agency. Welcome to our little cave fort. We've dug a diggy hole, and it has been dangerous. You can take from here. You can take from here. You can take from here. This is a generic stockpile down here that just has everything, so. And dare I say, this one can also take from here. Okay, not bad. This needs to move. The dormitory needs to move. But we can't really do that until this is dug out. And our miners really don't want to dig. We're still moving a lot of stuff down from the stockpiles. And then the rest is like planting and trying to get our food stocks back up. You happen to see those Thai monks that got caught with like 1.8 tons of methamphetamines? No, I haven't. If you watch the show Barry, that's like kind of a plot line of it, is there's a bunch of Tibetan monks that are using their temple as like, it's just like a front for the gang. Also, if you haven't watched the show Barry, you really should. It's very good. How is the dwarfing going? It's going good. Monks don't have temples, they have cloisters. Same difference. Different dwarvy words. How is the madness progressing in your dwarves? Well, we survived our breach, you know? We were reduced to just a few hands. Three dwarves made it into the caverns alive. One of which got bitten by a cave crocodile, but managed to fend it off. A human showed up to defend us. Inu Gugadzantaka Tunneled Lather. He is our monster slayer, and boy. I'm seeing a need for bins. We don't really have a lot of wood at the moment, so I am hesitant. Oh, you know what? This has to go down 2 layers. That'll work. That'll do. If we ever get over here. So right now we've been really occupied. There's all this stuff on the surface up here. This is where our wagon was. And it has been slow getting it down here. A couple of bins will make a big difference though. Because this is going to run out of space really soon. Obak, isn't that your corpse? It is. That's why there's nobody there. Who are my miners? Can I plant seeds? Just gonna put this guy on mine only. I guess we need... Can I make this out of sphalerite here? No, I need... so I need a metal workshop in order to craft this floodgate. Which, you know what? I think if that's the case, I'm just going to literally build it right here, right now. That'll force somebody to bring the anvil down as well. Build furniture. For real. Thought troglodytes were aggressive. Why did I just kill that whole family? They can be aggressive. The trogs can be aggressive, yeah. The music's such a banger. Dude, it's incredible. I'm obsessed with the soundtrack in this game right now. I just want to listen to it all the time. Are we the baddies of here? How's it been so far? This has been a really interesting fortress. So we actually showed up in this is mirthful territory. Oh, we have some of those tables. So you can actually see, like, instead of grass, it's this weird bubble bulbs and downy grass. So this is where, like, unicorns live. We live right on the edge of this really nice stuff. But so we spawned in this cavern, and then I found this massive pillar coming out of the ground. And I was like, oh, this is a sick entrance. And it even had a little cave in it. So I was like, oh, well, let's explore this cave. And then we realized the cave kept going and going and going. And then we found an Etten. It was a baby Etten, which we actually think our last Baroness had a statue of this very specific Etten in her office. And then the cave kept going and going and going and going. And there were some other things down here. And we kept going and we kept going and we kept going and we kept going. And then we breached the caverns. So there was a natural path all the way down. And then we ran into another problem, which is what? We killed a young Etten child. Their mother is right here. So we quickly walled off all passageways. And are hoping that that Etten never finds us. And we were reduced to 3 dwarves. And just trying to, like, hold on for our dear lives. Now we've had a couple of migrant waves. Things are starting to get a little bit set up. We're still not super great on the whole food department. But it's getting better. I think you can make meals for me. Very unfortunate is that there's been no fish in the cave. And I don't know why. But I'm desperate to get some. So yeah, I had this, like, whole plan for this fortress. And then we found this natural cave formation. And now we're just, like, making a cave base. Living down in the caves. So these are meant to be bedrooms. But also, I need, like, I need some doors. Really badly. Because I need offices. So that, like, my bookkeeper can do things. And my expedition leader can run meetings. Would be really nice. And my people can eat at a table. Instead of just standing around and eating standing up. It's interesting, too, that this place has, like, an actual winter than the last place we had. It never really snowed. Ooh, have struck blue diamonds. I also appear to have struck some sort of cave crocodiles? Olms, maybe? Looks like olms. Where is this? Up there. Okay. Oh, nice. So we should actually be able to get to these trees now as well. Which hopefully won't kill us. Yeah, they should be able to get there. Yeah, there's all these olms in this river. Can we not fish for them? Oh, you know what? Actually, we can. So all of these fungus here are stopping the fish from getting down here. Which means if I set a fishing pond here, we can actually start catching fish. Oh my god, renewable food. Oh, the Etten is fighting with cave crocodiles again, it looks like. Or olms. I don't know. This guy is literally just, like, building up a gladiator pit of corpses around him. Yet to determine how bad of a scene this is going to be. Sphalerite. Ore of zinc, making furniture, buildings. So I need to make a floodgate out of this material. And I don't know if that means I need to smelt that zinc down first. I'm certainly not seeing the option to make it out of anything else. Well, let's just see what happens when we click that. Sphalerite, ore of zinc, magma safe. Yeah, that looks maybe like it's working. No, that miner's out of work. Oh, amazing. Okay, we also have access to a lot more room up here now. So I would like to keep diggy holing. If and we can. How do I want to do this? I'm interested in making more bedrooms up here, but it's hard to find the right formations to do this in. And I also want to follow some of these natural pathways if we can. You know what? Let's maybe just focus on one thing at a time. Which is getting those 4 bedrooms up and running first. Which is actually probably moving the dormitory out of here. And putting it up in one of those rooms so that we can build the still down here and we can start making booze. That is a much better idea, in fact. Which means doors. Mama Etten gonna be mad. Yeah, we're trying to avoid that right now, but it's definitely going to be the case. She's gonna be upset if she ever finds her kid, which hopefully she never will. Which is a bit dark to say, but also, unfortunately, the truth. So we do have a bunch of beds. I'm just gonna fill this with beds. We're still kind of trying to figure out what exactly the layout of our fortress is going to be. All right, those are both moved now to fungi wood and a chest. And a nice dorm there. And now let's... Right, we don't have a work order, so I'm just going to brew. Yeah, we have plump helmets. We should be able to be brewing. Don't cook with the drink. Needs unrotten, unfermentable plants. It needs 3 zinc bars. Everybody's just standing around with nothing to do, hey? All right, well, that's got to be fixed. Is there any way for me to make... This says make furniture out of it. And building. So, like, if I go to the stoneworkers workshop and I say floodgate, sphalerite needs sphalerite, but we have it. Is this different? Select to use in non-economic jobs. I might just have to do that. That's exactly what I needed to do. Gotcha. Okay, sadly, we have a ghost of Obak, who is the dwarf I cannot bury, but I can engrave. What's really fun is that this ghost, in theory, would hang around here and maybe haunt this Etten. But I think I'd rather put him to rest. Can Etten smash constructed walls, or is that just Mega Beasts? I think that's just Mega Beasts. Which, like, don't get me wrong, a Mega Beast could literally enter from right here. So there's lots of potential for bad. Slab. I also want to put a door in front of this. And a door in front of this. And a door in front of this. And guess what? A door in front of this. Then I need to make more doors. Ghostly Planter has been put to rest. And we now have a sphalerite floodgate. There.
If there's a mega beast in that cave, you have bigger problems than just that.
Yeah. That is a hard fact. If there is a mega beast, we have much, much bigger problems. So, I want these to be bedrooms. This is going to all be food. Like, part of me is wondering about, like, do I bridge over to, like, here? Wow, this is pretty cool. This mushroom is so big. It has, like, a separate layer of tower cap. It looks like different trunks coming out of it. Oh, maybe those are just like little... Oh, no, never mind. Those might just be a weird set of... It has a bunch of bonus nipples. I gotta dig up here. You know what I think I'm actually gonna do is dig auto. I'm gonna dig this vein. And I'm gonna see where it goes. All sorts of good stuff to be digging. And you know what? Just for the meantime, I need a mechanic. I'm just going to throw him in here. It's going to be a temporary. And you are going to be for food, custom, none, plants, plumpies. And you're going to take from here. Done. All right, so that actually wasn't that bad a vein. It does mean I can also now dig out some other stuff here. Such as another bedroom. I think I'm just gonna follow this path a little bit. What I don't want to do is make the mistake that we did in our last place, which is not have too wide corridors anywhere, especially in very busy zones. So we're gonna remedy this immediately.
It's like getting that drop pod rain in RimWorld than worrying about the ruined roof.
Well, right now I don't have a Mega Beast problem yet. But we'll get there in due time, I'm sure. Do doors improve moods or room efficiency? Mostly they just keep smells and stuff from coming out. They do technically, though, like they all have value, right? So they do increase the value of your place. Which is the main thing I like about them. It's like throwing chalk table. This needs to be a office. I think the big question is who gets it, though? Technically, my expedition leader doesn't need one yet. So I'm going to give this to the broker. I'm going to give this to the bookkeeper, who is the expedition leader. My bad. I messed that up. 2 birds, 1 stone. Who also is going to be my manager. And now I can do orders. Excellent. Where do we just strike tetrahedrite? Here? No, don't do that. Can't do that one, but I can do these 2. This is a bit of a crazy world right now. Great. Okay. So I'm going to do some more housing in along here. I'm probably going to loop this around eventually. But we need to build a temple. Has been one of the requests. So let's build something nice. We'll try to make our temple design a little bit different than before. A little bit, he says. I guess the thing is, like, I don't really know much about the temple we're building for. I don't really know who they are. We have been asked to build a temple for them. But yeah. We also wanted to build a library, but that's, I think, a bit further off right now. All right, we're just going to build this then as the temple. This is how this is going to work. We'll start with this. Get it dug out. Oh, no. My greatest fear. Actually, this is completely contained. We asked for a temple, and Armok provided. Look at this. This is perfect. Who can ask for anything better than this? Doors, they make us a 3-star hotel. 3-star hotel. Yeah, no, if you went to a place and they didn't have any doors, you'd be like, this is kind of weird. Reading is fundamental. Do you have anywhere where we post the VODs? No, the VODs are just on Twitch right now, but I've been talking about doing this for a while, about starting up a VOD channel on YouTube, so I might revisit that in the brand new year. Right now, all the Dwarf Fortress stuff though, you should be able to see in the VOD archive here on Twitch. This is an incredible gift we have been given here. It's so perfect in every way. I love it. Look at this. There's no passageways in. We can fish up here. I will dig a mighty temple into this. We're gonna have our library and stuff here too. So gorgeous. Truly, this map has been blessing us with horrible, horrible fun. Can't wait till we get a bunch of cave bats just like start completely donking us up. Wow, this is amazing. I almost want to move all of our stuff up here now. This is all mud as well, which is bonkers. Like this flat wall is stressing me out. I could literally build individual homes up here out of rock. In the mud. Is it contained or is the unexplored northern end open to enemies? Oh, it's definitely open to enemies. But there's a pond. So unless they can fly, it's not a problem. And if they can fly, well, we deal with that when we deal with it. Uh-oh. A giant olm is in our base. Get them, boys. We don't have any military. We're gonna need to figure this out right now. I mean, nobody is good at combat is the thing. So I think Thorgrim is gonna have to be our militia commander. And we're gonna do this right away. I'm gonna build his outfit right now. These are gonna be the axe dwarfs. Replace clothing, partial matches, battle axes, bucklers. They're gonna have tunics are foreign to us. It's so weird. Hey. So I guess we're gonna go shirts in this place. Mail armor and breastplates. We'll go helms. We'll go trousies, leggings, and greaves. We'll go gloves and gauntlets. We'll go socks and high boots. And I'm just gonna have to say metal at this point. Because I mean, we have no armor is the answer, but and you're an axe dwarf, and you're a woodcutter, so you can also join this squad. Their schedule is just going to be off duty because I don't actually want them doing anything. With the one exception being if there is, say, maybe a giant olm who has invaded our base. Let's chop it to pieces. Good work, everybody. And now you're free to do what you want. In theory, we could butcher that all. But who knows? What's really funny is we have this human axe dwarf who is a monster hunter. Human axe man, sorry. Who is a monster hunter, and that should literally have been the kind of thing that he is dealing with himself. And he certainly did not. Oh, baby. How did you get in there? How did I dig out a temple and it immediately a cave spider was like, yeah, no, I'll live there. No problem. Looks like my military is already going to get put to use. One, two. There's the third one. Where did that cave spider just go? What? What? Are cave spiders just like bugs now? Maybe I'm thinking giant cave spiders. To be honest, I've been running a VOD channel for a while and I haven't had any issue. It's just an archive, not necessarily interested in views. Yeah, I think that's kind of what I'll do. Swimmers, cave crocs, giant toads. Yeah, we do have, we had giant toads crawl out of the water already. Cave crocs do certainly exist on the map. We've seen them. They've bitten us. Tunics on a dwarf heresy. Temple of the spider, it was foretold. Cave spider like vermin. It's a giant cave spider that I'm thinking of. Yeah, I absolutely think that's what just happened. I got scared. You're right. And microcline. I need a bunch of stuff. This place. It's going to be it to start. So you are going to be a temple to the denomination of spines. The Church of Cobalt. Oh, well, all right. Why not? We agreed to build the temple, which means we need to actually increase this by quite a bit. And what I would like to do is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 rock statues made of microcline. I want 8 of them. And I want them to be related to spines. The denomination of spines. So we'll make 8 statues, 8 blue statues here that kind of fit the bill. And then what do we have? Dorite. Rock altar. I can't do an image for the altar, but they'll just build it. And correct me if I'm wrong, do I need chests in here as well? Chests, yeah. So we'll also build rock coffers of microcline 2. That should appease the gods. H-Deer, hello, how are you, dude? Only thing that takes a while is uploading the videos. Yeah, I'm not too worried about that. I'd want to cut them a little bit just to like cut out things like washroom breaks, but I might just honestly just have a VOD dump just so I have stuff for posterity. I also know people are really interested in things like these fortresses. RimWorld was the same way. People really wanted to watch the VODs for RimWorld. Same with Mountain Blade, actually, as well. There's really no reason I couldn't do it. So I will make that my promise, is I will look at that in the new year. and see if I can't get that set up properly. I think you can do other things. Spring has arrived. The Etten is making more bodies. As he does. Alright, you know what? I got a lot of stuff here. I'm gonna grab a few more of these wooden bins. This has got lots of plump helmets. Let's start brewing. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, meow, meow. These coffins actually need to be assigned as well. And that should cover everyone who's died now. He says. It's a bit confusing because they've decided to say that this is the resting place of Obuk, even though we've engraved this slab to him. His corpse is literally right here. So. Hey, meow, 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 meow. You want to say hi to chat, Cindy? Yeah? Alright, come here. Come say hi. Cindy cat. Say hello. Do you like Dwarf Fortress? Oh, you do. I have a memory of playing. Maybe it was RimWorld when you were just a little baby. And you would see all the things moving around on screen and you would jump on my desk and get so excited. Where's a prison architect? Cindy likes games where there's lots of little objects moving around. Lots of things to see and do. You got 5 ads. I'm sorry for ads. You can't turn them off as a streamer. You have to decide, do you want ads that run or do you want ads for pre-rolls? It's frustrating. I don't like them. I'd keep them off completely if I could. But they're there and I can't really do much about it. I recommend ad blocks. At the very least, you'll just get a sign that says there's a commercial running. Meow, 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 number one. What a snuggler. What a snuggler. Water, thank you for the gift sub, dude. Thank you so much. This is a sweet snuggly kitten we have here today. Who has been really needy. Really needy lately. And I don't mind it because it means I get pets. Alright, I'm seeing mechanisms. So mechanisms means we can build levers. You know what? I'm gonna build the lever over here. Hold on a moment. I'm suddenly having a flashback. I believe I need to make this mechanism also out of a magma safe ingredient. Or else, while the floodgate will stand, the opportunity to close it will not. Kitty cat, kitty cat. Hi. Are you having a good day? My partner just left, so she opened the door and immediately the cats were like, we can hear him. We can get in there now. Let's go get pets. Heck yeah, we love pets. I'd rather have constant banner ads that don't interrupt the stream than have interruptions, especially during talk shows. And they've been rolling out stuff. So there's like a new rollout that some people get where the screen just goes up to like 3/4 size and a banner shows at the bottom for like 30 minutes, 30 seconds, or a minute and 30 seconds, however long I guess the ad is running. And then it goes away and everything goes to normal, but it doesn't interrupt anything. It just is basically a little overlay and a mess up to your view. I don't know. I guess like sponsors don't like it as much. I don't know, man. Who's buying flaming hot mac and cheese Cheeto anyway? Like, definitely not going to buy it after seeing that ad 5 times in a row. That's for darn tootin'. Magma safe mechanisms is important. Yeah, I'm really glad that that came back to me in the moment. Link. Slate mechanism will be installed at target. No. I want these to be switched. Do I have to build it out of... I don't know why I'm not being allowed to select these right now. Let's try this again. Is there a difference between a floodgate and a door? One stops floods. For the purpose of closing off water. I mean, a floodgate can't be opened unless by a lever. Since both can be linked. It might just be like things like the strength. Should I play DF and learn as I go or try to watch and learn? I'm kind of on the fence. Just start playing. Here's how you learn how to play DF. You lose a bunch. It's also how you win. So... that's kind of the best option. It's just play and lose. Hey. Or, I mean, you can also just keep watching and I'll teach you whatever you want. But if you have a question about something, you kind of like, you run into blocks until you're like, I don't know what to do here. And then you look it up on the wiki or you find a YouTube video or something of the sort. All right, our temple is ready to boogie. Sphalerite mechanisms will be installed at the target. There we go. I don't know why that was such an ordeal. I guess once that's linked, we'll pull it so we know. Ever made a minecart powered rock shotgun? Yes. Back when minecarts were extremely deadly to everybody, I did a couple of minecart builds. And I haven't done them in a long time, but... I'm mostly scared of minecarts, if I'm going to be honest. I shouldn't be, but I mostly am. All right, let's go dig into the magma cave. Pull the lever. Pull the lever. Why only 1 magma? You know?
Like until I already have your goo. Can it already about how I can win a computer with the only goo you sell inside?
Gaboo. I already have your gaboo. We gotta submit this. Do we need to smooth all of that? No. That? No. This? No. That? Yes. All right, let's get that temple running. Doors also stop water, not sure. Maybe floodgates can't be blocked by a random sock left in them, and like doors. Planning if I want to get it picked up for after I first heard of it, then Twitch gave me an ad in every single ad break, not buying it anymore. Yeah, that's how I feel about ads. Ads for things I would never buy, and ads for things I would buy regardless of seeing an ad. Honestly, when I see an ad, I stop trusting it. Like, you know, I was getting all these ads on Instagram for these like these lights that make your ceiling look like space. You know, it's like a bunch of stars and stuff. And I got so many of them that I was like, I don't think I want this anymore. I think these are all a scam and probably don't work as well. I've also like worked in some marketing, and I just understand how marketing works. And I'm like, oh, okay, well, they're selling you a certain thing that's not necessarily what it really is. Which you got to keep in mind. Hey, why is my magma running out? Why was this only a hot pocket of magma? And not like a pizza pocket of magma. Oh, cool. Look at this. The human axeman killed a cave spider. I think. Migrants were too nervous to make the journey this season. What? Because of some thecobucal call? The 287-year-old Etten that wanders around outside my base and paints the walls with blood? Oh, I got a bad feeling about this giant toad. He's like, oh, I gotta get out of here. I don't want to go down that road. Interesting, too nervous. That makes me nervous. Literally a single tile of magma, right? Was it? I mean... Hot, hot, hot. Why is there a pocket of magma here? If I burrow into these other spots, will I also find hot, hot, hot? Doesn't look like it. This is no longer hot. I think that was literally a single square of 7.7 magma. I will never trust a company that touts their BBB rating. Yeah. Or like Yelp reviews, you know, because that's just paid for. Regular cave spiders, vermin, more likely killed by your cat than the monster hunter. Well, he was standing over it, so I thought maybe it was him. Need to make sure the next caravan never leaves. Kid with a stone toy killed it. That screen to check if the stone was magma safe. It's under labor, stone use. Labor, stone use, economic stone, or other stones. Oh, I actually didn't know this was here. Economic stone. I actually want to go down here and turn off sphalerite at this point. Probably should make some more beds. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's make 4 more beds. Not 45, 4. Because like I need to be building all of these like bedrooms, and instead I'm like, well, we have a nice looking temple started. Furniture, statues. Boom. Bap. Bibbledy. Blop. Boobledy. Glop. Libbledy. Bloop. One's of a goblin. Tunneled showered cyclone wishes to reside in Workedmonks to eradicate monsters. You're allowed to come in, dude. The more you guys I have getting ready to eradicate monsters, the better. Where are you going? Just exploring, hey? So, like, we have a lot of cave spider silk around. Which we can collect and make into things. We also have this tower cap tree that is a single tile tall. It's very weird. It's getting there. I don't think we have anybody who's any good at engraving. Well, it's time to look to see if there's more magma. I mean, if there's not, then at least this area is safe to build in. We need more doors. We need more doors. I really ought to make these rooms for my nobles at the very least as well. Oh, one little step at a time. You've got lots of plumps to make. You know what? We're gonna make a standing brew drink from plant. If drink is less than 100 and fermentable plants is greater than 20, brew 20. I am starting to get a little bit worried about like our food supply. It'll get better once we have like regular plump helmets cutting through here. But like right now, we don't have any quarry bushes. I don't have anything to process any of this stuff either. Like I haven't built a farming workshop anywhere. I'm a little behind on like what I would, I guess, call the mandatory stuff. The more important stuff. I mean, a farming workshop has to go down here. I think let's dig this out so that this can become kind of like a central staircase. And boy, howdy. This is all going to be administrative down here. I'm going to do that, I think. Why not? Could build a little wall right here if I wanted, or... I mean, I guess it doesn't need to be in its own room. Bed. Bread. Okay, you just told me you made 4 beds, so where is the 4th bed? Being moved. This track reminds me of Divinity Original Sin 2. Nice. Yeah. Honest advice earlier, gonna put you on mute and go check it out. Do it up. Ever tried Po-Soul? I have not, no. We have, yeah, we have access to drinks here, and the plump helmets, we have a farm that's constantly plump helmeting. So we should have like a consistent supply of plump helmets coming in. Plus we do have access to drinkable water, if worse comes to worse. I would like to... You know what? Like, I might build a little town in here. Use kind of some of the natural rock formations, but like... If I put a loom, say here... and like a clothier next to it. Where's this? This is door, right? I'd want to make it out of blocks just to be a fancy lad. But look, yeah, automatically. So the loom is automatically going to start collecting webs and weaving those webs into cloths. And we could say do something like this. Whoops. And say this is a cloth bin. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 19 diorite blocks, dorite blocks. Diorite. This is also cobaltite. Rock blocks. Diorite. We don't. Actually, we only have 2 of those in stock right now, so maybe let's pause a little bit. How's our temple? 1,000. Onglow spiral evils the goblin. He is surrounded by dwarves. Relates to the election of the goblin to the position of Holy Canyon of the denomination of Spines. That's pretty funny. In the year 105, a goblin took over this church. All these statues are mostly of this one guy, Bodus Walks. But it's different. It's different, different priests of this temple basically have statues built about them. Very cool that one is a goblin. Fish 1, meat none. Ah, you know what? We can also fish here. As hilarious and wonky as it is. And this will be the northern swamps. So we have the northern swamps, the western swamps, and the southern swamps. 3 different areas we can fish in. Uh-oh. 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 What happened here? A cave crocodile attacked. But thankfully, our human pikeman was nearby. What happened to this cave crocodile? He started attacking my farmer. Cave crocodile bites the farmer in the left hand, rips open an artery. Oh no, that's not good. Then a miner shows up and they have a bit of a rough time. The miners are just like punching the crocodile until he starts vomiting. I mean, we're gonna need an army patrolling. Yeah, and then finally the human pikeman shows up and just starts stabbing him to hell. Yeah, we have a human pikeman and we have a human axeman. Wow, he really took his time killing that crocodile. This guy's unable to stand. He needs a crutch. Which means I need a hospital. Where am I going to put that? None of these places are big enough for a hospital. A hospital. Well, I mean, I guess a hospital doesn't have to be big. it doesn't have to be big at all. Let's make it 3 traction benches and a chest wide. I need chests. I'm going to need 3 tables. 1, 2, 3. And then I'm going to need 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Figured out why the Ixtian OST is such a banger. Same composer as Mechanicus. Ooh, I'm really looking forward to playing that. I've been hearing some incredible things about that game lately. So, we're going to grab this. We're going to say meeting area. No, sorry. That should be selected. In there, and I'm going to say the Crystalline Homes. I need a chief medical dwarf. We actually have a medical dwarf now. And I believe diagnostician, bone doctor. Diagnostician, bone doctor. I guess I better just make him the doctor, because I think the doctor will do a little bit of everything. And then we'll smooth up the hospital because it feels like the right thing to do. There's something about it that just feels right. I dug out an elaborate magma trash dump. 2 miners died in the construction. We had to shut it down after 4 dwarf children died at work by falling into the magma while hauling corpses. Oh my god. That is peak. That is absolutely peak dwarviness. This is all obsidian, so I'm going to gobble it up. And I'll be honest, I want to know if there's magma there. At the very least, I've created another room up here I can use for something. Whatever it may be. So many of my dwarves are just so upset. Just having the worst time. Yeah, alright, so there's no magma left up here. Whatever this hot pocket was, it was exactly just that, a hot pocket. Which means I'll probably just gobble up all of this and these milk quartz clusters. It does mean that we could fit something up here. Why not a butcher? It's kind of out of the way. You know, if things like the giant olms attack us, at least we can get to it. We can actually jump up this way too. There's a little hill here. So it gives us another pathway to the upper floors. This is all such a comical mess. My god. Furniture. Traction bench. Uno. Dos. Tres orzos. And now we have a working hospital. And now we have a working hospital. Perfect. Lock door is complete. People are fighting. I think that's fine. We have a bit of drink, not a ton. You guys are weaving threads into silk. Empty food storage item. Okay, so we need barrels. We might as well just make 10. Okay. All right. All right. All right. Things are starting to get a little bit more put together here. Petitions. Another monster hunter. I'll take him. I don't have a military right now. What I have is the threat of a lot of things attacking me from many different places. So I am super okay with monster hunters showing up to hang out. I would like to build some bedrooms. 1, 2, 3, 4. I know this is not really much of a nice spot yet, but rock coffer, 4. Rock cabinet, 4. You know what? I'm gonna go with rock table, 4, and rock chair. Throne, 4. I'm gonna make all of these kind of like noble rooms. Actually reminded me, I don't even have our dining hall is a single table with a single chair. Boy, all right. Let's fix that up a little bit. I'll make these ones out of wood just to be fancy. Just keep things a little bit different. Posture check, thank you. Magma aquifer. I mean, there's one of them. If you dig down deep enough, you'll hit magma lakes. That should be automatic, yeah. I don't need to trigger that. Hello, Mona. I'm getting visited by everybody today. Some limit to the amount of monster hunters that'll visit the fort at the same time? Yes, actually. You can set visitors in the same way that you can set your pop cap. You can set your visitor cap. The answer, I believe, is quite a lot. Oh, that's actually slate. Yeah, well. I'm on now. If this is the dining room, I think I'm also just going to put a chest in here. Just so that people can store their goblets. I think is the thing they do. Nobody has built this farmer's workshop. What's going on? Did we get scared off of it? Yeah. I might have been when the cave crocodile attacked. This is already just an insane fortress. I definitely think I want to move a lot of the industry up here. What's really nice about this is, like, I can actually set this to gather fruit. I don't know if that will work, but I'm seeing things like, you know, pigtails. Yeah, look, gather plants. So they'll automatically gather things like these plump helmets. This is just basically a giant farm. A giant natural farm for gatherers. Maybe I shouldn't build industry up here. Maybe I should just leave this nice and open then. Because this will keep us in the food, as the kids say. Cave wheat, plump helmets, cave fish. Yeah, we don't have a lot of food right now. Is a little bit of a concern. Bedroom is going to be for my expedition leader. This bedroom will be for my military commander. This one for my broker. And then I guess my chief medical dwarf gets the other room. We're picking favorites already is what we're doing. They'll be happy to get something better than nothing. Needs logs. Needs logs. Uh-oh. Log is not something I have ready access to. I didn't think that was going to run down so fast. Uh-oh. I need all these trees need to grow. A diet consisting 90% of mushrooms and mushrooms-derived drinks. Not the best. Not the best for you. Quick safety question. Can a dwarf outrun the flow of lava from a volcano after he mines it and runs away? Yes. Water, not always. Magma, yes. It's actually pretty slow. Or I should at least say it can be pretty slow. This will also grow us stuff up here, which is nice. Yeah, this is really a blessing. Alright, so, like, maybe I dig around this a little bit. This is going to be bedrooms. Maybe I can do, you know what? We could do, like, the industry, like, in these walls. It seems like a weird pattern if I'm going to go like that, though. I think the reality is that we're going to have to breach another part of the map. And just try to make sure it's not the part with the Ettins. You know what I mean? I think Armok lava's generally slow, yeah. They need to get the lava stupidly hot for it to move at a reasonable speed. Hey, Mona, you want to say hi to everybody? You're having a nice lie down on my lap. Cindy came in and she said hi. Right now you're just digging a lot of claws into me, and I'm not enjoying that so much. Ready to say hi? Nope. She's just like, I'm out of here. Get out of here.
Or eldritch beasts beyond our comprehension.
True. There's all sorts of terrible things. All sorts of terrible things down here. Loving the cave village vibe. Thank you. It was an accident. This was not how this fortress was intended to end up. And I am also digging it. Maybe, you know what? What if I dug up here? We know that there's nothing below this, so why not take advantage of that? I can move the kitchen and the fishery. Is tetrahedrite? It is. You know what? Let's do it. Auto. Auto. Giddy up, dudes. I love how much this effect causes me to lag. Migrants were too nervous to make the journey this season. I hate to say it, but we might have to kill that Ettin. Uh-oh. Well, we did it. We accidentally breached the wrong layer. Oh, God. I should have forebode this a long time ago. Diggy, diggy. Don't go down there. Don't clean up that blood. Oh, Lord. All right, we got to set a burrow system then. I am a dwarf and I dig diggy holes. We're gonna have to call this one the safe burrow, I guess. Let's make sure that they can go there as well and there as well. And then also here as well. And also... We got that? Okay. Let's do white and green. Safe. Oh, interesting. I can let the monster hunters go wherever they want. Which means, what are you doing, small child? Collecting webs. Ah, yes. I need to set this up and say, workshops cannot get stuff from outside this area. Because otherwise they're going to go off wherever they want. This is quite an interesting vein. I think it's going to double back into all of this. Monster Slayer, Monster Slayer. He's just like guarding the entrance to the base. Just get wealthier. Migrants might be nervous, but they're also greedy. True, true. Surgareth, hello. The verbatim. I am a dwarf and I'm digging a hole has become a de facto dwarf meme. Have you seen, do you know the song? Well, clearly he did not do too well against the Etten. Of course I do, okay, because it's made like for this game. Let's see what happened to this human pikeman. Obviously he didn't last very long. Cave crocodile, cave crocodile. The human pikeman stabs the Etten in the lower leg with his silver pike. The Etten attacks the pikeman, but he jumps away. The Etten grabs the pikeman by the finger. Then this pikeman stabs him in the lower leg.
You're playing games with dwarves and you don't know the song. Here's he.
I know the song. Silver pike is lodged firmly in the wound. The Etten releases the grip. Attacks and jumps, stabs him in the lower leg with the pike. Stabs him in the upper body with the pike. I mean, he seems to be doing pretty good. Oh, but he gets grabbed by the lower front teeth. Dude, these Ettins love grabbing people by the jaw and just like obliterating them. Scratches him in the boot, but it's deflected by his armor. Ooh, but the force. He scratches him in the leg. His boot saves him, but the force is so powerful from the attack. His knee explodes into gore, and he gets knocked over. And then it's just bad time after that. From the ground, he stabs him in the hand. Gruesome wound, be gone, fair. The Etten grabs the human pikeman by the throat, places a chokehold on him. He gets stabbed in the lower body, passes out, strangles. Okay. No health problems. He is injured, but I don't think he's gonna like bleed out or anything, right? Damn, he had a book and everything on him. This is forbidden. See, I don't want all of my guys to go out there, is part of the problem. As much as I would like them all to duel this Etten until it gets killed, I am concerned about things like cave crocodiles and giant toads. Are you building that wall for me? Thank you. We can now pause this burrow because no one can get back out there. That was a good fight, though. I'm glad to see that, you know, we did some damage. And who knows? Maybe his wound will get infected and he'll die. Running your own little darkest dungeon. Yeah, I'm basically just inviting humans to show up. And they're like, we want to go fight monsters. And I'm like, yeah, good luck. There's a 300-year-old Etten in the caves. But I tell you what, if you can figure out how to kill him, he's all yours. This is 100% going to loop back in, and we're going to dig out all of this stuff, and it's going to make really funny pathways. Yeah, I know you need logs, boys. I know you need logs. So, we have a lovely bit of space in here. I don't know what to do about this, actually. I think I'm actually just going to let them auto-dig all these veins. Probably going to open this up. And we'll likely end up building stairwells here. I imagine all these slopes might get ruined when I take out all this minerals. Shells. Oh, there's something I haven't seen for a while. Shell crafts. And I'm also seeing some bone stuff in there, so let's just make some bone crafts as well. And if you need to make totems, you can also do that. Hamster remains. Hamster remains. Hamster remains. What are we doing with all these hamster remains? Mangled nose cartilage from a cave crocodile. Oh! We have a giant olm. Do you think that this human swordsman might do something about it? This poor olm. He doesn't want to fight anybody, man. He's just hanging out. He's scared. Oh, he got attacked by a dog. Oh, yeah, he's just puking his guts out. I guess if we had hunters, they would probably kill these olms. In the meantime, this is just the threat of our cave. We have to learn how to live with the olms. All right, I'm gonna dig out this, and we're gonna fix this somehow. Downward slope, open space, downward slope. Oh yeah, that's kind of weird and complicated, isn't it? I think I'm gonna do them like here. 1, 2, 3. And then we'll get rid of this one. We'll get rid of that one. And that'll be the slope. Start centralizing the staircases like a little bit. I'm an idiot. That did not work. Construction ramp here and here. Make it out of microcline, I guess. That did not work. We didn't have enough. Cancel. Cancel. Construction ramp here and here. I am like really hurting on rocks. This is all slate, right? Okay. So I'm also then just going to build a wall right here. And I'm going to dig this out. So now we start getting something that makes a little bit more sense to me. Started raining, blue from plants. Yeah, giant olm. Health description. Are books good for anything in game? Yeah, you start a library with books. So your characters can actually learn from books. If you have a library and you're making books and good scholars come to visit. So it's a way to teach you guys how to do things. Eventually you can start trading books if they're good enough and you can make a bunch of money. Like if you wanted to just run a library, which is kind of one of the ideas we had with this place, considering we're called Workedmonks. Problems don't show until diagnosed by a doctor. Yeah. Learning the secrets of life and death. Who wouldn't want to be a necromancer? Yes, that's true. If you want to be a necromancer, you also need books. It's the secrets. All right, I can fit a workshop right there. So be it. But I can't fit a workshop in here in the same way. Ba 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 ba. We also need to expand some of these walls now. Looks like this has obviously been beaten up a bit. Let's just do it like that, I think. Trying to make the place look nice. Not really working that well. One of the hopes is that we kind of get to open up a few more rooms. We can move the kitchen and fishing into here. The problem is like the fishing is so centralized between 3 different spaces. And honestly, it seems very rare that we catch anything down here. So the fishing mostly is like here and here. And a lot of the good farming is here. You know what? I could just move all the farming, all the fishing up into this place. And I think it would make a heck of a lot more sense. Don't you? Don't ya? Let's do it. I could literally move all the farms here. There's no reason to have them down here, especially if I'm going to leave all that other area open for tower caps and just like random stuff. So the tree farm can also be up there, which means the woodworking could move up there, which also means the still could move up there. And then this could be our industry and our smelters and everything else. Man, I am getting a lot of lag here. Why? A caravan has arrived from Nural Morale. I think... Yeah, I think this is our liaison from the mountain homes. I sure hope so. Because, boy, could I use some wood. Yeah, so all of these tower caps and fungi wood up here will grow into full trees. Will they? I might actually need to open this cavern, which is very complicated to do without causing a massive cave-in. Oh, but it would be so valuable if I could get trees to grow up here. We would have a huge source of wood. And plants and quarry bushes and all sorts of great stuff. Fighting Against Loneliness, a guide to ethical necromancy, volume 7. That's a great, great title. Stock your own pond and breed fish? I don't think so. Not that I can think of. Should be good for all the bins. Diplomacy. Yes, this is the liaison. So, I would like seeds. Except for plump helmets. I think we're good on those. I would like wood. You can bring me tower cap, black cap, nether cap, goblin cap, fungi wood. What else? Fish. I mean, I really can't arm an army right now. We're just not in a position where that's even remotely doable. I think that's it. I think that's all a mass core. They want blocks. Rocks on blocks on blocks. Blocks on socks on... Blocks on blocks. Ooh, our farmer's workshop is finally actually done. Sadly, we don't have any unrottenable plants. We'll see. They might need space above them to grow to full trees. Do they have that? No. Some of them do. Like these guys in the corner do. But everything else is a cave above it. Now I could dig this whole cave out. Nothing's stopping me from doing it. I even have a path right here. But it'll take some time. Oops, oops, oops. Definitely don't do that down here. Actually, it would be all of this as well. This runs its own risks. Don't get me wrong. It absolutely runs its own risks. But I think they're worth it. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to dig out all of this, and then I'm going to basically channel afterwards, and it will remove the floor. But I have to do it in, like, steps. We can also make it look kind of cool. Like, follow the natural cave pattern. A little bit. Not everywhere, but just a little bit. Here we go. Technically, that should work. Technically. So, I am talking about putting fishery here. And then the kitchen. Here. And I think, what, a butcher? Oh, wait, I guess. Feels unlikely that butcher is going to be really being put to use, but... So... This is going to be stockpile of food, custom, none, unprepared fish, yes. We're going to get rid of this stockpile. We're going to get rid of this stockpile. We're going to get rid of this fishery. This fishery. And this kitchen. I'll clean things up a little bit. We're also going to build a carpentry shop here. With a bit more wood storage as well. The merchants are probably here now as well. Let's get the broker in. Yes, I'm Barber. Thank you for the follow, dude. Welcome to the agency. How to make an effective military necromancy edition volume 5. Still on. We're still on. Yeah, we got another hour or so left to stream. Are cave-ins activated? Will that huge space collapse? It shouldn't. Keyword. Shouldn't. There's in fact many editions of how to make an effective military. Most popular choices are necromancy, giants, goblins, and orcs. Dude, I was reading a story yesterday about a guy who breached the circus using one squad of dwarves and 50 tame cave dragons. Which is a hell of an army. We're gonna buy all these logs. We're not gonna buy this beer, I don't think. Or any of this. I am gonna buy a reasonable amount of these seeds. If we can get away with it. Which also gives us bags, which is kind of nice. Dimple cup. Pigtail, rock nuts. These are all cheap. That's expensive. This is cheap. 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 That should be good. I don't know what I have for trade here. Giant Olm bone crowns. That's pretty baller. Let's skip the gems. This is mostly Olm bones and giant toads. Wow, we're actually making a lot of skull crafts. Or bone crafts, I guess. Our last fortress, we didn't ever kill anything. We only killed fish. So all we had was mussels. Oh, this is good. He's profiting by, what, 800 here? We can make this work. Boy, is that it? Is that all I'm going to buy? A little bit of food and that other stuff? Let's bring him down to 500. He's pleased. I'm pleased. You're a ghost. What ghost are you? I nod. Oh no. Obak. Obak. Unnamed tomb. I'm sorry, but like... Who is Einod? Where is your corpse? It says you're up here, which means your corpse is probably around here. but I don't know where it is. So we're gonna make a slab. And then we're gonna engrave it to the spooky ghost. Then we'll slam it in there. This Etna is still around. He's stressed. Who knows how they're doing? Once again, migrants too nervous to arrive. Baby steps. Little baby steps. Would you give us a new tour before stream ends? Absolutely. Give me a hot minute to finish setting up a couple of stockpiles here. I'm really... I feel like I'm having a lot of lag, but I might just need to restart my computer at this point, which I won't do until later. Corpses. How about not corpses? How about meat? At the butcher shop? I guess people will just take fresh stuff there. This is gonna be... food, custom, none. Fish? Unprepared fish, prepared meat. I guess what I'm missing is like plants, but part of the problem here is that like I don't allow plants to be cooked. We live off cave fish. Oh, damn. It's gonna be a lot of stone. Build, workshop, carpenter. That's fine. We'll put it right there. Applewood. Build. Stockpile. Accept wood. Go down here. Get rid of this. Go in here. Get rid of this. Ah, the still. That's the other thing I need. I think I'm gonna make the still over here. Let's go like so and so. Because then I can put the still here and I can have all the plants here. So if we do need them, it's not too far for the kitchen to go. Babies, raining, ghosts, migrants. Okay, let's kill all that. All right. There's no dragon edition for how to make an effective military. There's only 1 hour left, but he's also got 1 hour extra over his normal streams every day. He's played DF. Yeah, I know it's been really bad. I do have to go do some things this evening though, so we'll see. Schedule says 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. Work is crazy right now and I will want to play it for 10 hours straight. I gotta tell you, I've also been playing sometimes in the evenings trying to record footage. So it gets you. It gets its hooks in. Let me tell you. Built these cabinets ages ago and we never set them up. Boop. 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 And boop. And I could be wrong, but did we also build tables for all these guys? Sure did. Slate and slate. And I actually intended to do this. I don't know if I will keep these down here, but there was a thought that we would expand our eating area to have more than one table. Slates. 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 I think hornblende must be rock, so we'll just add that in there. And do any of those nobles need a dining room right now? No. So I'm not going to panic too much about it. This is a lot. Oh, but like, it's so good if we have that open up and we have access to a tree farm. That solves such a major problem to living underground. It doesn't solve one major problem, which is the Etten who lives outside my base. But, you know, one thing at a time, I guess. I have a question. How is my spider silk stockpile going? I think it is not taking from this central stockpile. I wonder if something is running in the background, like Adobe. We shouldn't be getting hiccups this early on, especially with only 16 pops. And this wasn't happening too bad a little bit ago. Yeah, why am I at 20 ticks? One second. One second. One second. Where are you? What is eating that? I actually don't know. Maybe it's just Dwarf Fortress. Maybe just Dwarf Fortress is being a hungry, hungry boy. Hungry hippo. Yeah, now it seems to be running smooth, even though it's saying I'm at 9 ticks. That's clearly not true. Oh no! The agreement to establish a temple has been abandoned. You gotta be kidding me. Sorry, gather fruit, not in the temple. No gathering temple fruits. Oh my god. I'm at approximately 1,000. I need to be at 1,000. Which could literally be as small a thing as just like engraving this back wall. Damn. A fool am I. I really wanted that temple. I mean, it's not entirely too late. We can still get some stuff done, but... it's also occurred to me that I haven't smoothed out any of these, like, bedrooms. Which I think our dwarves would appreciate if I did. And I dare say we have enough dwarf power to do it. I think we have a lot of people who are sitting around doing nothing right now. I mean, a lot. We've 16 pop. We don't have a lot of anybody doing nothing, so... This room where once there was a carpenter, there can now be something of greater value. smelter would be the obvious choice, I think. See if we can start making coal. Guess what I want is like what, stone, economic, but it was Tumius coal. I think it's also lignite turns into coal. So any of that we can stock there. You will also take from this stockpile if there's any available. That'd be a hard bet, man, but we probably need more barrels and bins. We also probably need storage for both. Here's the smelter. You're the brewery. We're moving the brewery up here, though. So that'll be okay. Let's put doors on these buildings. Ton of rocks. Ton of rocks. Feel this on an emotional level, just sitting here knowing a great game is being unplayable is gnawing at my soul. I got God of War Ragnarok staring at me, begging to be finished while I'm at work. This is why I don't buy AAA games. I don't buy any game that's new. Can't handle it. Serious book hangover, yeah. Did I have that Etten bone armor made? I don't know if we did anything with the Etten skeleton. We must have made some sort of crafts with it, but... Alright, let me give you a tour of the base. Because you did ask. So up on the surface, we have this wonderful river that flows through a canyon and ends. You can see the canyon is two different types. It is a mirthful environment up here where like magical creatures live, like unicorns. It's very dangerous. And then we have like just regular vegetation. Up the canyon, when we first moved here, we noticed this incredible spire right here up on the hill. And so we said, let's go into it. We discovered a cave network that we kept going down, 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 until about here, where we discovered an Etten who promptly killed half of our dwarves. And then we managed to chop him down to size after that. He was but an Etten child. So we said, well, that's no problem. Let's just keep going down, 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 until we got to here, where we discovered the mother of that Etten child, their only son, dead, who's been just absolutely ransacking the entire outside of this base, killing anything that dares to come out here and fight them, scaring away a lot of people. We promptly plugged up a bunch of holes and made it so that there was no way to get down there. So right now, this is the entrance to our base, this weird hallway. We have kind of an administrative corridor down here. So we have offices, we have the hospital. I'm going to build more offices and stuff down here as well. And just a central stockpile. That's just, we had to drag everything down off the surface. So we didn't have to keep going up that crazy staircase. We started doing our initial farming here, but I'm going to move this into my like main industrial area, I think is what I'll do. So we'll have kind of administrative, industrial, and probably like military. We haven't quite decided what everything is going to be used for. I am, again, trying to, like, follow veins, just because it's interesting. So this has become our first kind of residential zone here in the in-between, because we dug through a wall here. We were actually trying to build a temple, and we just started digging up through the wall, and then we discovered this massive, massive open tower cap farm, which is very, 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 very helpful to have when you live underground. Because I don't want to go up to the surface to get trees, and I don't want to have to send 100 dwarves up to the surface to drag those trees back down. So we discovered this great little like cliffside into a lake. So I said, well, this is where we're going to build the temple. We're going to build a library up here as well, and possibly the tavern. I'm undecided on the tavern, but the library definitely. And right now we're digging out the second level. We're digging out all the stone, and then I'm going to channel the entire second level so that we can get all of this as open air so that the tower cap trees can actually grow. Here you go. The Etten is fighting again, just fighting with anything that exists in the cave. So I originally had this planned. I wanted to build this kind of cavernous base originally, but not down in the caves. And then we just found this natural path, and I said, "There's no way we could give this up. This is way too interesting a start. Extremely challenging. We were down to 3 dwarves, one of which was wounded, and we were like scraping by with as little stuff as we possibly could. It was a tough, rough and tumble
Make sure
start.
to accidentally leave the Necronomicon in the library for some fun.
If we can, we might just... Oh, we should get rid of this butcher shop. We have one up here. Needs empty food storage. Okay, so we do need more wooden barrel. Let's make another 10. So right now, you know, we have a population of 16. We basically have a dormitory going, and then a couple of noble rooms. We've started collecting spider silk just recently. I don't entirely know what we're going to do with it. Bags would probably be the most logical choice. Silk is really good though, and it does just kind of like spawn in the caves, so. How is this doing? Still says it's a shrine. Oh, you know what? I might need to be 2,000 to be a temple. So never mind. I wasn't even close to getting that done if that's the case. Do we have anybody good at engraving? No. Absolutely we do not. So that's good to know. We have access to like 3 different sets of swamps, which is good. So we can fish from up here. We can fish down here. And we can fish from here. And it's all like 3 different groups. Yeah, Cthulhu Fatagan. The deep. The deep depth. All you did was bust into her house and kill her child. I know that Edna is so angry. I'll be honest, I mean, most of these bones are like cave crocodiles, gorlaks. I mean, that was a human, but... Cave crocodile, gorlak, cave crocodile, giant toad, olm. Great thing is if I can get here, it's a lot of bone to work with. Should be dark, but is the case. Speaking of bones, let's make some bone crafts. Let's make some totems. Are we out of bones? Need unrotten bone part. Stray, water, buffalo, calf, skeleton. You're telling me we can't make anything out of that? These are corpses. Oh, did we ever finish that slab? Yeah, we did. Ironically enough, I just realized we've made this slab, but there are corpses right here. I could just bury them. It's funny how that works sometimes. I mean, we have like 2. How do I want to do this? Do we have any of these? No. Butter buffalo, Einod, Uram. I think I'm just gonna do this and that. We'll put a slab there, and maybe a statue. Just to make it a nice tomb. Finish the look. Okay. You have bit coal. So I want you to... Needs fuel. Ironically enough, I cannot smelt that until I have something to smelt it with. Which does mean we're gonna need a furnace. I was hoping to avoid this, just because wood is so rare. But can't be avoided. Oh, our guys are so fast at making things. I'm so impressed. Coffin. Coffin. We're gonna make 2 more tombs here. Whoa. Whoa, cat fur. Accept. And accept. Then hopefully they grab those bodies and chuck them away. Ghostly recruit has been put to rest. Excellent. That's what I'm talking about. And another blizzard has come. Oh, that's probably why I started lagging. Ironically enough, I'd love to know nothing about what is happening on the surface. What, you think wood's growing on trees? I know, right? We know full and well that wood grows on mushrooms, not on trees. Wood's grown on trees. What kind of elven heresy is this? You know what? I can't actually do this. Hi again, Mona. Are you here to be crazy? Or are you here to be a nice kitty cat? Crazy, 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 she says. I think that's a mistake, but we'll figure it out. Crazy it is. How big of an area can you mine before a big cave-in? I don't know. I guess we're gonna find out. I tell you what I could do is actually leave some of these pillars. This is not a bad idea. One might even say it's a good idea. That one's already done. That one's already done. That one's already done. All right. As long as I don't blow them up, maybe that'll work. It would have been nice to have kept maybe some of this one, but this way we can actually like just get rid of this. Give us some more space in here. It's also kind of cool is if I wanted to, I could very easily set up a floodgate and just drain this in here. Set up more mud. I mean, that's kind of what it looks like, is that it was just flooded from the past. Who knows what's flooded it now? Am I out of wood again? I am out of wood again, aren't I? Cave crocodile scale. Ooh. Because I do not know why this is slowing down on me so much right now. Why am I... Is it because of the blizzard? Okay, I was just getting 6 ticks. at 16 dwarves. We had 200 dwarves on the old fort, and we were still getting 30. I know there's a lot more going on underground, but like, it's a bit bizarre. The shadows, no. Oh no, not the shadows. We can't trust them. All right, lots of fish. Good bit of plants. We don't have a ton of food. We should probably set up a easy meal. If unrotten prepared meals are less than this, unrotten cookable items are greater than that. Let's say if they're less than 50 and greater than 30, then we will make 20. And that might work. One of the most things that amazes me the most here is like this is like all rock. There's almost no ore in this entire layer, which seems just wildly crazy to me. You know what as well, if these are going to be pillars, I can actually dig around them. Can I? Is that a good idea? Maybe that's not a good idea. Maybe I should do that differently. Maybe we should
You mean
wait.
rocks and stones?
No, that's not what I meant. I meant rocks and stones, not rocks and stones. Whatever the hell that was. Rock and stone to the bone. Oh my goodness. Empty food storage item. Yeah, we still need more barrels. It's so funny being down here because I actually feel like I'm extremely limited in space. Okay, this needs to move. You're a metalsmith shop. I'm probably gonna put that down here. If that's the furnace, the smelter, that'd be the metalsmith shop. I need... the mechanic needs to move. The mason and the stonecrafter... I guess they don't need to move. They can stay there. Yeah. The loom and the clothier need to move out of that upper area. You know, yeah, we can move them. We can move them down here. And then this is going to be a cloth pile that takes from that takes from this pile. And then I'm gonna delete this one. I'm gonna delete this one, and I'm gonna delete this one. I hope that mud returns here. I got a feeling it's not going to be. Doesn't look like it. Oh, that's disappointing. Hey, you know what? It's floor fungus, though. At least the floor fungus should grow stuff. She was having a stroke. Can I just make mud like with water and dirt? Yeah, but it's like you gotta do a bucket brigade and it takes more time than you'd think. speedily doing this channel request for me. Super cool. Start slowly pulling this back. I don't know why this one can't be removed. Yeah, I guess we'll find out. Well, this'll be nice. It's not the craziest thing either to make. Unrotten silk thread, unrotten fish, empty food barrels, constant requests. Yeah, I'm desperate. Desperate for wood. In fact, I don't like it, but I think I'm gonna do it. I don't like it, but I think I'm gonna do it. God, most of these trees are suicidally large. Oh, this one we can actually get a pick at. Those ones we can't. Those ones we can. Yeah, that one we can. That'll do us for now. Water and dirt. Not rock and stone, water and dirt. Alright, nice. This is back into silk land. So just don't really know what to do with this weird space we have here. I guess this could just be storage. You know what? Maybe that's the way to do it. I could have this be like bin and barrel storage or something. Empty bin and barrel storage. Uh-oh, giant Olm is fighting a fisher dwarf. A classic battle. I am assuming somebody killed him. All of these won't grow either because there's stuff above them. But it's nice, like, you know, we actually have like muddy plump helmets here. That we can gather. Chihuahuan, thank you for the 10 bits, my dude. A tale as old as time. There he is. Look at him go, that little sneak. He managed to get all the way up into my fortress. Up towards the holy temple land. Damn, this is so much stuff. I suppose I can dig it like that. Just to make sure this is where we connect, so I need to make sure we don't accidentally dig out that. And boy, I suppose I can just start digging the walls. We can dig on an angle. He says, possibly caving in his base. We'll find out about cave-ins real fast here. This guy is still causing trouble. Yeah, he is too. Little snake. You there! Your job is to slay monsters. My poor dog is attacking this giant olm. Why don't you do your job and slay that olm? Oh, the brewery hole is done. Oh, brewery hole. So in here, we're going to keep... we're going to keep food, custom, none, plants, plump, helmets. And then we're also going to do a stockpile right next to it. And this one's going to do, I believe, finished goods. No, furniture. And it's going to do empty barrels. That aren't artifacts. And are made out of wood. And then we can get rid of the other still. And then we can finally build a proper smith station down there. Caving in a base is part of the fun. Absolutely. Absolutely correct. This whole base has been an experiment in fun. Honestly, everything I'm doing in this base, I'm like, this is a bad idea. Like, what are we? We're just gonna go force our way through a couple of Ettins and make our way down to a cave, lock it up, and then see how many cave crocodiles it takes until we die. Yeah, why not? Sounds like a great plan. You stockpile, delete. You brewery, delete. Well, you know what, man? If the food is here and the booze is here, putting a tavern here does actually make sense. It's not the worst idea I've ever had. I need to take this job and I need to say if empty food storage containers is greater than 20. That's never going to be the case, though. How many spots are there here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, I'm going to take that rule off for right now. Maybe when we have more storage space, that'll make sense. But right now, that's just going to mean that we never brew anything. All right, so I think our miners actually aren't coming up here because of this olm. Just kind of funny. Anybody else good with an axe? No. It shouldn't take many dwarves to kill an olm, you know. 3 of them, easy peasy. Only summoned when needed. If I expel non-dwarf residents, are there consequences? I don't think so. I mean, it's your home. I think you're allowed to do whatever you want. Your monarchy recently showed up and events occurred. Ah. Okay, so if they're nobles, different story. But if you just deal with those nobles, you don't gotta worry about it. Like if, for example, your noble accidentally stood on a platform above a bunch of magma and then the support pillar mysteriously collapsed, you know, and then they fell into the lava, that's fine. You're not going to get in any trouble for that. We have days of dealing with nobles. I'm thinking about just expanding these bedrooms, but yeah, I'll deal with this later. All right. I'm feeling good about our food counts and everything. I do need to move all of the farms up here. And I tell you what, honestly, right now this is only fish, but I think it needs to be plants as well. It just needs to be like non-brewable plants. Eggs. Meat is being stored right next to it, so we don't need that. Cheeses can go here. Fruits and leaves. I don't think we have any of those, so I'm not going to think about that. Syrups. Let's start with that. And I guess we need to figure out like what else is actually being brewed. Cave wheat and pigtails. So this can also store cave wheat. Pigtails. Pigtails we can also turn into cloth, actually. Yeah, we should not be brewing pigtails. Plump helmets and cave wheat. Absolutely, let's do that. I guess don't store pigtails either. Well, whatever. We gotta put it somewhere. Okay, this is done. We have no doors, though. So I want to make this storage. No, I'll be honest, I'm not entirely certain for what. This is currently a booze stockpile that I'm just going to expand. Yeah, it sort of worked. Wait, no, that didn't work at all, actually. Never mind. I thought that formed 3 different stockpiles, not just one massive, terrible-looking stockpile. So this is just going to be a warehouse. The worst-shaped warehouse in existence. And in it, we're going to keep... bins and barrels, I think. But I'm also going to make sure that we give to here. So that way, like, overflow... We'll always keep the still stocked with barrels, but then if there's any extra bins and barrels, they'll get stocked here that are empty. We have a ton of booze right now, though. And we also have a cave crocodile fighting. Where are you? Right here. I think the human killed it. I certainly don't see the crocodile anymore. I see his blood. What happened to the old fortress? Yeah, FPS hell. Yeah, we had a glitch with the military that caused like our frames to just absolutely get obliterated. And yeah, this fortress seems to be doing fine. It keeps having these weird hiccups every now and then, especially when it starts snowing. But for the most part, I think we're okay. seems to be working here as well. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. It's already happening. Ah, damn it. Why did that collapse? You know what? I was literally digging that and thinking, I gotta do that corner before I do the other part. Stupid. Stupid, stupid, stupid. We don't have any more coffins, do we? I know we have a couple of slabs. One is there. That other one actually needs to be moved. And I built a statue for in here as well. Whoops. Knew this risk would happen. Oh, my bone doctor. Golly gee. We're playing with dangerous fire here, so we can't be too surprised when things like this happen. You got to be careful with the corner pieces. Is basically the lesson you learn. All right. Let's let them do their thing. I suppose we are going to need another coffin. I don't know where it's going to go, but... What's annoying is like some of these are memorial slabs to people that are also buried in here. Nobody's in this coffin. Bury. You're already buried. Maybe that worked. We also have a nice statue of Inu Tunneled Lather the human. He is laboring. Results to the settling of this human in the late 110. I mean, this is literally this. I like this. You know, it's like we got this tomb. We got this tomb because all these people died fighting this Etten. And who do we put a statue in here? The human who showed up to protect the rest of the dwarves who remain. That's kind of nice. There's something poetic about that. Why am I digging out this whole area? So we discovered this massive cavern full of mud. So you can see there's all these tower caps and fungi wood here. These will all grow up into trees if they have room above them to grow. But as long as there is a floor directly above them, they won't grow into full trees. So if I cut down all of this, it's a bit of a weird process to do this, but if I get rid of all this space, it'll open up the cavern and those can grow into full trees. Which then gives me access to full trees, which is obviously very nice. But yeah, it's a real process getting it done. Diggy hole. Get that last little strip. Get that little bit. Let's get this little bit. Actually working pretty fast right now, which is nice. Obviously, easiest to do this when you can kind of carve out flat strips at a time. So you can say, like, go from here to here, go from here to here. Here to here. It's the little bits that stick out that you really got to worry about. Because they're what? They're exactly the parts that do cave-ins. Oh yeah, and even here, actually, we've ended up forming some weird slopes. Don't dig out that. Oh, no, wait. Yeah. No, we can dig out that. We can dig out that. Got that piece. You guys are doing this one. No, I think I'll do this one all the way down that way. Probably until we get to, like, here. So I could do that in one piece. And I guess realistically I could do this as well. It's also showering rocks down on the levels below, which is, you know, speeds things up a little bit, I guess. When they grow into full trees, it gives you lots of resources. Yeah, it gives me access to wood. So when you live underground, you don't have access to trees because they're all on the surface. But you do have access to funky wood and tower caps. So if you can make the room for them to grow, then you have access to wood. And this is just like a giant... We just really lucked out in this massive farm plot. This big mud pile. This means we can have like an active lumber industry. And I don't have to worry about mining for all the resources we need. We can actually use wood to build things, which normally when you live underground, wood is like, forget about it. You build beds out of wood and that's about it. Trees take a long time to grow. They take about like a year in game. Ash and wood products. Yes. Also, it gives us access to things like charcoal for smelting. You know, it allows ash and lye for soap making. Trees outside is full of perils. Exactly. If you don't go outside, it's less likely things like goblins find you. Yeah, they're wood trees. They're fungus trees, but it's the same as wood. And I think the elves aren't as picky about it as well, which is just a bonus perk. Let's do this strip. And then that strip. And then, whoops, that guy right there. And we're gonna dig. Did I not select that? Wrong thing selected. This one. That one. Go. This. This. So, and you can see the kind of tricky thing about this is you need to do it in stupid sections in order to avoid having cave-ins. You can imagine cave-ins are bad. Once we get it into a square, though, it becomes a lot faster. I mean, our guys are working great speed. This is almost done now, so. Won't it all fall down at some point if you do the edges? So we've left a couple of like central pillars from the lower levels, which my hope is that we will avoid a cave-in because of that. Note the word hope. Will it avoid a cave-in? To be determined. Doop, 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 doop. You know, I guess I should actually start going this way, because otherwise I'm going to have to do like a 1, 2, 3, 4. It's going to be brutal the other way around, so... Yeah, we're going to have to start going this way, because this is our touch point. So all roads need to lead back to that roam. Fortress attracted no migrants. At least they're not scared anymore. The Ettin's been keeping them away, which is ridiculous, but you know what? I can't really blame them. Hopefully, this means we can make some progress, I don't know, somewhere. I'm sure if we had more bedrooms, it would be better. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Technically, everybody has their own bed. We have a population of 14, and we have 14 beds. So I don't know why anyone is complaining. It's completely unreasonable. Totally absurd. I guess I could do that. It's got to be done individually. It's definitely a bit of a system, that's for sure. Now this, slowly getting rid of it all. I'm with year 4 on my fort and I've never been attacked yet. Why is that? I mean, on our last fortress, it took us... What was the first attack? Year 6? Year 7? I think it was year 7. Sometimes the gobos just don't notice you. Now. This is going to have to be done in steps as well. I think. Methinks. Here we go. What an ordeal. Sorry for the trader who has to lug his butt down the cavern and haul stuff up those stairs. I know, right? Like, they're not even stairs. It's just like a dirty ramp. Tight corridors as well. Like, there's no way for big trade caravans to get down to us right now. We don't have a 3-wide path. Yeah, I would like to fix that in the future, but that's definitely a future problem. It's so funny, this guy just going like back and forth and back and forth. Quite a process this is. I could queue this up by being like 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 and priority. But like doing it live is honestly just as fast. Gross. How do I do that? Actually, I can probably do it like this. Well, I guess we'll find out. I feel like this is attached, so this shouldn't have a cave-in problem. Yeah. We do gotta do this kind of back and forth ridiculousness. And we do this. And we do this. Then we do this. And honestly, I think now that we're here, we can start going this way. Just gobble it up from both sides. Love about this game is that I learn something new all the time. Only started a few days ago, but the fun part of learning all the mechanics. Dude, I've been playing this game for 15 years and I'm still learning things new. There's a lot to this game and there's a lot of systems. It's not too hard to learn them, but it is like, it takes a lot to master them. And the thing is like every fort provides different opportunities and different problems. You know, like we've had fresh access to underground farmland so that we haven't had like a drink problem. We have access to water and stuff as well nearby. But like we had to deal with the problems of like an Etten being at the beginning of this map. You know, how do we deal with punching our way through a very dangerous monster? This guy gonna get this. Thank you. Come on, guys. You're screwing on my whole system here. Even that back out. Thank you. This is such a tedious task. But with great potential benefits. I don't think we'll do a third layer of the cavern. If I can be honest. I think just being able to get them up one height should be fine, he says. Not certain if that's true. I know I saw a tower cap that was only 3 high over there. Hey, giant toad. You get back in that water. Stay the hell out of here, cave toad. Don't make me sick my human axeman on you. I gotta be worried about this guy? What's he doing? Big toad. Big toad. He's overcome by terror. He's a big toad. Okay, I don't think he wants to. I don't think he wants to mess with anybody. I think he's just looking for a treat. He's like, what is going on up here, man? We hearing all this digging? What kind of diggy hole are you guys digging out? Are there dogs for me to eat? What about cats? Can I eat a cat? A lot of great stone up here. A lot of stuff we can do with this. Is messing with military too much, inviting crashes, FPS, log force like your last one, or is it really just specifically just avoiding getting tons of dwarfs equipping and re-equipping at the same time? Someone was saying it was a problem in late game forts where if you delete squads, they cause problems. It has been reported officially as a bug, so I'm sure they're looking at it. That's a kind of weird FPS death thing as well that like seems like it would take some priority. All right, Big Toad, you, I think, are starting to push your luck. Are people scared of you? Actually, I don't think anybody is scared of you. Nobody is saying interrupted by Big Toad. But people are walking all around you. Yeah, no, you know what? We like the Toad. We're fans of the Toad. He can stay. We're fans of that ambiguous amphibian. One might even say. Any forgotten beasts yet? Not on this map. Actually, not even on our other one. We got attacked by a rock and a minotaur. Uh-oh. I had to open my big dumb mouth. Deep within this strange place, we've uncovered what must be a treasure of the gods. Excuse me, where? Oh. A searing metal earring. Obsidian. Dude, this mountain is so weird. We keep finding like pockets of obsidian and stuff in it. And like pockets of magma. Now we find these earrings encrusted in a tomb of gemstones and obsidian. I mean, clearly this treasure of the god needs to be equipped on my most noblest of nobles. Or, you know what, even better idea. Someone build me a dorite plinth pedestal. We're going to put it in the temple. This is a gift of the gods. It goes in the temple of the gods. Big bad toad. All hail bad toad. Human caravan. Nice. Excellent. The toad's name. He's just a big toad. He's a feral toad that's wandering around my fort. We've no control of the big toad. Here, let's throw all that in here. Let's throw all that in here. That should be fine. Yeah, I mean, let's just put that in there too. We can get rid of a few things in it. Ooh, a big bad toad. Just in case. No. Crafts. Totems. We can make stuff out of rock. Like, we could start making rock crafts. We certainly have enough. Ortho class and everything else here. So I'm going to be really curious to see if this stuff grows up. There's cave spiders all over the place. Beautiful. This should also probably jump this shrine up the next spot. I need my my bookkeeper to do better precision. Didn't know you could set clothes. New feature learned. Much thanks. Oh man, once you have things like a dyeing workshop as well, you can literally set the color of the clothes that your dwarves are wearing. At least in your military squad. So like if you want a guy wearing like all, you know, say you want your like guards in blue capes or red capes or something, you can do that. It's a bit of a wrangle jang to get it work. You have to have like a dye workshop and everything, but it do work. Ooh, how am I gonna do this? Dig out that, dig out that. Let's dig out that. Oh, now I'm really glad that we dug that out. We can say amulet. What were they? Earrings, actually? Sorry, my bad. Here we go. Boom. That'll jump the quality of our temple. Then we can send our broker to deal with the humans. The humans who, ironically enough, protect us. Those fourth floor guards are said to be corrupt. Be careful when you see someone with a blue cloak. Broker, wake up, dude. Come on, man. He was like, I'm going to go trade. Actually, I'm going to go get drunk. Actually, I'm going to go to bed. Ah, man, after my own hurt. I don't know what these humans are going to have for trade. I mean, we're 2 years in. 3 years in? We started in 109. I'm wondering if we shouldn't consider picking up things like leather. At this point. This shouldn't be down here. This is going to have to get moved too. A goblin monk is visiting. Also, a ghostly human pikeman. I didn't even realize that. Where's this guy? Goblin monk. Yeah. Aimu Koronu. Legendary cheese maker. Is that... You don't suppose that's this goblin, is it? No, this was... Lorbam... No, wait. This was Ongo spiral levels. So in our temple, you can actually see these are all previous high priests, and one of them was a goblin. So it's interesting that we've received a goblin monk. A fine dignitary. All right, Hazard, he's woke up. Okay, this is all good stuff we can trade. That totem and this bracelet we can trade. The rest we'll keep. It's been, sadly, I don't really want to trade this because it's got a mug in it, but you know what? It's probably still easier to do it this way. All right, 5,000 bucks. I doubt we need to get rid of this much stuff. Take that. I'll take the instruments. Well, they're pretty expensive. Let's do it anyway. We don't have any instruments right now, so we've got lots of booze. I don't think we're in any need of weapons, though I do hear fighting in the background. Buy a couple of these cheap bags. The bins is more likely what we end up doing right now. Somebody was asking me about traps earlier, and are they still really expensive? It looks like it's not the case. Like, these are bronze, and they're, like, studded, and they're still pretty cheap. We don't have a library, so I'm not going to worry about that. Let's buy... I don't know, man. I'm going to buy a couple buckets of cloth. Still profits 500 here. Will they like that? He wants... My God, he wants so much more stuff. What a greedy little grease pig. All right, we'll make it green for you, though. Who is fighting? The giant cave toad is fighting. Okay. We can deal with that. It's not really a problem. Leather's great to trade for, really cheap, hard to get for me. Yeah, we're same boat. No migrants. Okay. The bedroom issue is why there's no migrants. That is solvable. This is a hole and this is a hole. I would like that to be fixed. Microcline, why not? I am a dwarf and I'm digging a hole. So we're gonna just path out a little roundabout here. This might change if I find something that better fits the pathway, like a natural ore vein. But right now, I'd like to dig that out. And I'm going to start filling this with bedrooms. Yeah, and I'm going to try to do them at a reasonable size. Unlike last time, when we made everything at a completely unreasonable size. Got that. Almost done. I'm so close. Yeah, there's not a lot of this left to do, which is good. Yeah, someone will come up. I'll try to focus on this right now and just get it done. I'm quick about it, and I catch my miner when they're actually in the same spot. We should be able to zoom through it. Wow, that was a glitch up. Mining so fast, I can barely keep up with it. Uh-oh. Oh, no, no, no. Okay, we're okay. Almost caused a cave in there. Pretty much it. That's pretty much it. You have to go down here and like knock off some of these ramps that are really weirdly set up. Kind of like vestiges of the remaining pieces that were torn out. But outside of these, it's actually only, you know what? Cancel those. It's technically only that one, and we're done. The cavern is now open. Slightly more up here. But now we'll find out whether or not we can actually get tower cap trees to grow on 2 z-axes, or whether or not we need to go up a 3rd level. I'm really, really hoping we don't have to go up a 3rd level, because that's a pain. It took a pretty long time to do. Traps. Are there cursed items in this game? Not that I am aware of. Not that I've ever seen. There is like a whole magic system being worked on that would be prime for things like that. But I don't know when. It could be a very, very long time away before we get that. It'll be curious because like the developer has been obviously working on everything for like a long time. But he's been working on this Steam release, has really taken up most of the like what's been being put in the game for what's been being developed for the last 2 years. So it's going to be really interesting to see what happens now that this is out. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I mean, that's half my population right there. 7 beds. 7 rock coffers. And rock cabinets, 7. I love that I said I wasn't going to build these big, and then they ended up being just as big as all the other rooms. 8, 9, 10. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Jeez, I built 2 more rooms and I don't even need this dormitory anymore. Wah, jeez. Unusable slope. Oh, that's neat. Yeah, so we do have like these weird patches of rock here from the sections I did mine out. We could flood them, but it's not really worth the time. It would be nice. Okay, so look, here's a great example. This is one floor, the base floor, the second floor, tower cap, fungi wood, third floor, locked up. So all of these trees should grow. This should become a massive lumber yard. A holy grove for the temple. With the gift from the gods inside of it. Also full of spider web. It's also full of like natural things that just grow and get picked. It's like a submarine. You only need rooms for half your population. I mean, kind of. Once you have a dormitory, like the dormitory flips. Pretty much anybody will stay in that. And trade the room off. Also need 7 rock doors here. Tetrahedrite. I'm gonna have to mine that. And I'm gonna have to be careful when I do it. That's a vein I'd like to follow. You got some wood. Can we make 3 charcoal? If I make 3 charcoal, I should have enough to start making coal. And then in theory, the coal should be enough to keep making me more coal. At least that's what I'm going for. That's the rough plan. Beds. And I tell you what. No, you know what? We only have 14 population. I don't need to go crazy on engraving yet. What the hell? If I don't engrave it now, it's going to be a pain to engrave once it's furnished. We know that to be a fact. Some of these walls are going to get taken out, but not all of them. My God, we're actually got a little city going. This is actually starting to look pretty nice. If I may say so myself. We do need to move a couple of farm plots up. I'm gonna have to kill a little bit of fungus because of it. You know what, if this is the brewery over here, I think I'm gonna just do one big plot. That's gonna be plump helmets. That'll work. Beerley, hello, how you doing, dude? Must be late where you are. The Great Mud Hall, south wall, east of main entrance. Ah, the Great Mud Hall. All right, you're gonna be dimple cups, dimple cups. Pigtails and pigtails. You're gonna be cave wheat, quarry bushes. I don't know, plump helmet, man. I guess you're gonna be plumps, plumpy plumps. Plump it up. And what I can do now is just turn all of these to fallow after summer. Honestly, as long as I catch them, they should be fine. Just wait a season to get them. Doing good? How am I? I'm doing very well, my man. Enjoying the Dwarf Fortress. Setting up in the most terrible, insane cave system ever with monsters all around me. Really pushing my luck. But it's going well. It's going well. I'm having a good time with it. Here we go. Make a Coke. I hope I can use that as fuel. Next big steps is moving this tavern so I can set up the metalsmith down here because we don't even have that working. Maybe getting a more permanent storage solution. I think I'd also like to wall in this. No, maybe not. Slope, slope, slope. A muddy tetrahydrate upward slope? Wow, I didn't even know you can make a slope out of that. Unless I carved it in, I guess. Cormac. What a bunch of beautiful streamers in my chat here today. What a lucky boy am I. Getting these gentlemen in here. Fantastic peoples. Is there a way to tell your dwarves to not eat your seeds? Yes, let me show you. It is, in fact, something that I super highly recommend. There's a way to get them not to cook with your seeds. So if you go to labor, kitchen, you can say, here are the things you are allowed to cook and brew with. You should basically turn off anything that you can brew with, you don't want them cooking with. I think these quarry bushes I have to process to make oil, to make soap, so I don't want them cooking with that yet either. Seeds, just turn them off, turn them on here. You pretty much want all seeds off all the time. Unless it's something like almonds. Almonds technically are a seed, but you'll have like hundreds of them if you have almond trees. It's always a good idea to turn off any of the drinks as well. Just because otherwise they'll just cook with booze. And then you have meat, fish, and everything else. This is all just cook for fun. You do have to do it the moment it shows up in your fortress. You can then deselect it here. So it's a little bit annoying. You have to babysit it a little bit until you have like stockpiles. Empty food. Storage item. Am I out of barrels again? I am out of barrels. Why is there a bin here? There should not be a bin. Yeah, this is literally a barrel storage. I don't need a bin in it. So this is meat. This is unprocessed fish. This is fish and other cookables. And we really don't have much in the way of like edible plants. I do have a lot of dimple cups though. So I could start dyeing equipment as an option. Plump helmet, dimple cup, cave wheat seeds. I'm gonna wait for all of this to come to grow up before we rip these farms out. Okay, how's our Etten doing? Haggard. Mulling over the reoccurring memory, allowing her to rethink her intellectual values. She was accepting, remembering, experiencing trauma, and mulling over the reoccurring memory, allowing her to rethink her intellectual values. Is this when I murdered your child? Is this what's happening? She's really having an awful time. You know, this is a really dwarfy thing to do. I could set up a series of cage traps. The Etten is throwing a tantrum. I could set up a series of cage traps, capture this Etten, and try to tame it. Also, our trade caravan has arrived. I love it. I love it. Under Labor, I love you for this. Not a worry, my dude. If you ever have any questions, just let me know. I'm loving teaching people about this game. We're going to haul the gem bin over here just in case. Because we have a lot of gems. I don't really want to sell them, though. We actually need to start cutting those gems up. Where will we do that? Probably in that farmer's workshop. None of this is tetrahydrite, right? No, it's not. I'll carve out this metal. See what kind of things we can discover. Might have to get this. The original hurt my brain looking at it. Yeah. There were graphic packs for Classic as well. But, I don't know. I like the quality of life improvements in this. I still like the old one as well, but... Some people that didn't even see the ASCII, all they saw was blonde, brunette, redhead. I was one of those people. I got there eventually. Poor creature, I should kill it. I mean, it's a struggle to kill it as well. We don't really have our military up and running yet, so... It's been one of the ongoing... threats. What do we need from the mountain home? We've been running out of cave wheat seeds. Giant olm leather. Can I make leather out of the giant olms? All right, we should get a leather tanner up ASAP. Here's the thing is, like, I just don't have a military, so I'm not... It's not like a lot of things I need from these guys. They want wooden crowns. Wow, that is a very specific demand. That is such a difficult to get demand. I'm going to be honest, that's not an easy one. What are we doing? No job, no job. This guy's a farmer with no job. I see why, though. He doesn't have planting on. Skilled planter, competent planter, competent planter. Everybody farms. That's the problem right now. You guys all woodcut. You guys all mine. Everybody gathers. Everybody stone cuts. Nobody's good at engraving. Yeah, all right. I just got to chill out. Did we ever bury that? No, we didn't. All right. Tavern. 3 wide tunnel to the surface. Expanded graves. Gem cutter workshop. These are the main things I need right now. It'd be really nice if we could get our people happier. Our last fort, man, everyone was so happy because of the waterfall. Like, all of the time, everyone was having a great day. Here, everyone's miserable. Hiding in their cave holes. Which head would I try to tame first? Good question. Do you think it's the mom and the dad in the same creature? Can I get goblin or cobalt bards at your tavern? You can, yes, absolutely you can. If the goblins show up, ask for artifacts, and you give them to them, I think you actually become friends with the goblins. It's certainly the way that it's written leads me to believe that's the case. one more plump helmet. And it's done. All right, the lower farms are finished. That's good to see. And the tavern's going to go in here. No migrants again. Sadly. But with the introduction of those rooms, and hopefully with this trade, things will start to turn around. Gold and steel. I'll take these. Tons of logs. I'll buy all of those for now. Turkey gobblers, cats, barrels. I'll actually buy these cheap barrels. Just because I kind of need some barrels. A leather coat, why not? A wool cloak, why not? A bronze shield, why not? I have a feeling I have a lot of things to trade. And not a lot of things I want. I gotta do this manually. Oh, God. Alright, that's the other thing I need to do is I need to set up my good stockpiles for trading. So that I don't have to deal with this ever again. All I gotta do is basically put crafts in a single stockpile. Wow, that's crazy. So I'm trading him 2,300. If I gave him the whole bin, I would have gotten 3,000. Actually, no, never mind. There's some really expensive instruments in there. That's not that bad. Gems and gems. Okay, let's try to do it without the gems if we can. I'll buy all that. I'll buy that. Why not? Sweet pods. Cave wheat I wanted. But I'm not going to buy expensive bags because I'm cheap. Okay. Diggy hole. Digging a hole. Yeah, you know what? And I'm going to buy fish until he's not happy about it. Or until he is happy about it, I guess. Here we go. Bada bang. He's pleased with the trading. I'm pleased with the trading. Mona's pleased with the trading. Aren't you, Mona? Are you pleased with that trading? You like fish? Come here. Come here. We haven't said hi to chat in a while. Ow, my face. Mona. Hi. What's the big fuss up? Hello. Mona's a little goblin invader. Right in the throat, I tell you. I tells you, right in the throat. No respect. Goblin what? A goblin butcher is visiting? Is that what that just said? I did read that correctly. Yes, a goblin butcher is visiting. Is he wearing a mask? He is. At least all of his clothing is not made out of human skin. Or I guess dwarf skin in this situation. I like him. He seems like a nice guy. Befriend the goblins, lure them into the tavern so that happens to be filled with tons and tons of traps after the entire goblin population is in your tavern. Seal the doors and unleash hell. That's definitely a complicated way to go about it. We could just create a giant army and go invade the goblins. That's what I wanted to do on the last fortress, but my military exploded. Well, at least we have a really nice temple. Hey, recognize the priesthood. Skilled intimidator, adequate persuader. Competent. Skilled negotiator, skilled intimidator, competent intimidator, adequate persuader. Consoler persuader. I'll go with this guy. He's a farmer. He's often had nothing to do. He's really good at intimidating people. Why not put him in charge of the church? That seems sort of reasonable. I'm really liking this base. It's got a good look to it. From just like hunkering in around this like pile of mud to start, to now expanding up here and gaining this entire complex, it's getting a real nice feel. We'll get a bunch of industry in along here, I think, is going to be the next big step. Putting in the tavern. Industry, tavern, graves. Which, honestly, we could put just about anywhere. Nice tomb. You know, a tomb as part of the temple is not a terrible idea, but... you know what? I could dig under the temple and build a tomb. I like that. We can't dig up. It's literally at the surface, so... yeah. I think we got some fun expansions to make. But let's do those tomorrow.